Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
So what I'm saying now is that you're going to have this massive influx of immigrants into the country that are better equipped. They don't have your legacies. They don't have your disadvantages. They're walking across the border. They're going to get a free lunch. They don't have to pay dues. But you got public policies in this country that are equating them to black folk. They're equating them to black, and what we've allowed them to do, starting in 1970, is to wrap themselves in black folks' suffering and pretend somehow they suffered along with black folk. And therefore, whatever program is created under this misguided label called minority, that they are equal to you and over you. And we're going to deal with that whole concept of minority in a few minutes too.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, today we got to do some talking. We got to chop down this video that was sent to me by one of my good brothers. Basically, he's like one of my cousins, my play cousins, you dig me? But, you know, he felt like this was a great video to touch on because with the movement of foundational Black Americans moving away from being called just Black, just flat Black, right? He felt that this is something that needs to be broken down. And after seeing it, I kind of agree with them. Now, if you don't know the person in the thumbnail, his name is Garrison Hayes. And Garrison, I used to find him to be a quite intelligent young man. Most of the time that he did his content, it was about history and foundational Black American history. I cannot say whether or not he's foundational Black American or not, but I am aware with his content. I stopped rocking with the man's content once I saw that, well, back when, you know, I was calling out all the different influencers being paid by the Democratic Party in the background. He was one of the people that I stopped rocking with because I believed him to be one of those paid operatives, because his content shifted, right, to where it went from talking about Black history and the history that's been covered up and all this other stuff to now trying to go around caping for the Democrats. And, you know, I don't have a problem with people having different political ideologies. That's not the issue here. The issue is when you're trying to use your platform to now shield for a party that's been, you know, detrimental to our community, especially over the past 60 years. We don't even have to go past that. We don't have to go back into the KKK. We ain't got to go back into the Jim Crow. We ain't got to go back to the Black Codes. We could just talk about the 60 years that we've been voting for them. So, yeah, I had to step away from the guy. But as I said before, every time I try to get out, they keep pulling me back in. So, family, we're going to talk about it today. We're going to talk about a couple other things, but this is going to be the focal point of this situation. Before we do that, though, let's give the usual shout outs to our family in the chat. B1 salute and shalom to our brother Reparations Nation in the building. Our sister Aquarius Minded, thank you for being here. Much love to you. Our sister Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Much love to you. And our sister Stolen Ancestors is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our sister Priscilla Taylor is in the building. Shalom and much love to you. Our brother John Son is in the building. Shalom and much love to you. Wild Williams, our brother, is in the building. Much love to you. Tasting Tea with Tony is in the building. Much love to you, family. Our family Retro Gemini 99 is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Our brother William Aaron is in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here, family. Oh, Snatch Adams is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. We got Sybil in the building. Thank you for being here, and much love to you as well, family. Quasi Black Star is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. And to all the people who are not in the chat, much love to you. Thank you for being here. And for everybody who's going to catch this on the replay, much love to you. And you already know we got to get into this. So, family, I want to show you a video first to kind of show you the type of content that he started doing that made me kind of walk away from him. So let's start off here.
I was trying to draw a distinction between the nature of progressive policy, like the Civil Rights Act, or Supreme Court decisions to overturn segregation, and white supremacist policy, like destroying Black communities. But the subject kept changing. Lucky for you, I actually made a video about Tulsa, Oklahoma's Greenwood District.
Now, this is the video that he did for more context. This is the video that he was doing where he was going out speaking to a bunch of different Black conservatives.
It was definitely white racism that destroyed Black Wall Street and other Black communities through explicitly racist acts of state-sanctioned violence. This is why an accurate, full telling of history is so important. Black oppression and Black progress have always had a collective quality to them. Black people have been, throughout American history, targeted as a group, from slavery to Black codes to Jim Crow to mass incarceration to anti-inclusion efforts today. But we've also...
Oh, my sister Stolen Ancestors, you have my condolences. All right, much love to you, and I hope you staying strong. Let me go back.
Made progress by harnessing the power of collective action during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement, and even today during the Black-owned business boom.
From LBJ, that's why you say we have these Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But all those policies have not done what they promised. Would you agree?
I would not agree.
So you think we're better off as Black people now than we were before LBJ passed those policies?
Yes, brother, we can vote without the threat of violence. Are you talking about the Civil Rights Act of 1964? Is that what you're describing as a negative thing?
I'm not saying the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was, I'm talking about...
That's LBJ, I just want to be clear. That's LBJ, who you said, were we better off before LBJ? LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
I'm talking about the war on poverty.
I just want to answer that one. I want to answer that specific one first. Was the Civil Rights Act of 1964 bad thing?
I agree with the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Thank you.
But at the same time,
Godly. Shout out to our brother Reparations Nations. You have my condolences as well. And family, we're here for you.
Also, put like this, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery.
I don't know what that means. Explain more.
What it means is I would rather, given the fact that even back then we still had our families together, communities were stronger back then, I'd rather deal with the dangerous freedom of not knowing and controlling people with policies as much as possible versus the peaceful slavery of being married and tied to the government.
All right, family. So that's the first clip. Now we got to get into the reason why we're here today. And that is this clip here. Garrison decides to do, and this apparently it dropped last month. Yeah, it's only a month here. It's only a month old. So Garrison decides to do a, I guess, video. it's a video, of course, but a documentary style video, I guess you could say. And it's called The Diaspora Wars, Who Gets to Be Black? And that brings you to the name of the broadcast today. Who gets to be black? So we're going to go over this whole thing here. Let me go here. We're going to go over this and we're going to talk about it. Because really, family, what we're going to see here is that this is nothing but another Democratic hit piece on foundational Black Americans. They even went and pulled in Yvette Carnell to talk about, the situation of what blackness is. Now, I really didn't want to have to bring it to you in that manner, but since my cousin sent it to me and I had to watch it, I'm going to put it on you guys too. I'm sorry. Pause, but not sorry. We're going to have to talk about this. So let's get into it, family. Absolutely, my sister. Our thoughts and prayers are with both of you.
The diaspora wars are raging, and the question is who or what determines if someone is black? Is it?
First and foremost, let me just say this. There are no diaspora wars. You cannot compete where you cannot compare. None of these folks, literally none of them, are on any of the levels that we're on here in America or anywhere around the globe. Now, that's either factual or infactual. The truth of the matter is this. We've done the most out of everybody who are now proud to call themselves black across the globe. Salute to David Williamson. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Now, there's black, and then there's black ethnically. I don't know why people act like they don't understand that concept. But we're going to go over it, and we're going to make sure today will be the day that they do.
Skin color, nationality, heritage, ancestry, or experience. Is the Pope black? Is Oprah black?
Notice what he just did right there. We're not even 15 seconds in. He names everything except ethnicity. He names everything except ethnicity. I'm going to play that back.
Is black? Is it skin color, nationality, heritage, ancestry, or experience? Is the Pope black? Is Oprah black? Is Amber Rose black? Is Sammy Sosa black? Again, you might think that these questions have obvious answers. Oh, but you'd be wrong. My fascination with this question really came to a head about a year ago, shortly after Donald Trump said this.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So
notice he's using the clip of Donald Trump saying what we were already saying in the Black grassroots. That can't go over our heads, family, because the whole thing, as he just admitted, stems from that moment. Salute to our sister Mia Kim. Thank you for being here, and much love to you as always. Give me 1 second here, family. Salute. Oh. Okay, Michael Ron. Thank you for your Cash App, family. I appreciate your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. You say, nobody's black unless you're black. I get what that means, but we're going to go over that here today too, because we have to address the fact that some people are saying, if you're not Black American, you're not black, period. And that's not what we're saying at all. We have to make sure that our verbiage and wording is very clear, because people are getting very extreme with this. I was just talking to our brother Black Alpha about this the other day, and my brother hit me up, and we were having this conversation, and we're having a lot of extremists come out who are ashamed to say foundational Black American people who once rocked with Tariq, and now they have Tariq derangement syndrome. They fell out with him or whatever, and now they're coming with everything outside of FBA. So there's a lot of extremism going on right now when it comes to people saying, well, if you're not Black American, you're not Black. That's not what we're saying at all. Whether people claim to be Black or not, we've always been the people who understood they're all Black. They're just not ethnically Black. They may be racially Black, but not ethnically Black. So we got to make sure that isn't, the lines isn't blurred there either. Shalom and salute to our brother Jesse Paris. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. You've noticed that? Yeah. See, I've been noticing it a lot lately as well, especially all over TikTok. It is either hot or definitely cold. Steaming hot or chilling cold. And the fact of the matter is, that's not what foundational Black Americans, we have never been on that. And what I see them doing is throwing those people into the mix to try to muddy the waters of our argument. So now it won't be those people who are looked at as extremists. They'll look at us as extremists as they group all of us in together. So I'm making sure that I'm saying this right here on my broadcast, simple and plain, that we're not saying that there are no other Black people across the globe. Let's be very clear about that. What we're saying when it comes to being Black in America, the ethnicity, we're the only Blacks here in America when it comes to ethnicity. And that's why we started going by foundational Black Americans. Not just because of the fact that, people are coming over here claiming to be Black, but because Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about this for so long. Because Dr. Claude Anderson was putting us up on game before we understood the game that he was bringing forth to us. And salute to our sister Black Spider. Much love to you. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution, my sister, as always. This is why we started using foundational Black American, because Claude Anderson was saying Native Black American. And even back when, before Tariq coined the term foundational Black American, people would ask me when I would have these conversations with them, that would be a situation where when I'm talking about indigenous Black Americans, they would think that I'm talking about the natives. But when I'm speaking about the natives, because the Native Black Americans and, well, the indigenous Black Americans, of course, we have indigenous roots. I was meaning the overall, the ethnogenesis that took place within all of us after and during slavery. So it's very important to make sure that we're speaking on those folks who are out here being extremists and making sure folks know that that ain't us. That ain't got nothing to do with us. As long as you on code, we on code with you. If you're off code, we segregate ourselves from you. That's the difference. Shalom and salute to our sister Astarte Jones in the building, as well as our brother Black Truth United. Much love to our brother. Go show our brother some love, especially with the B1 Rolodex if you haven't done so yet. All right, family, so let's get back into this.
I don't know. Is she Indian or is she Black?
She is always.
I thought it was an absolutely insane thing to say, so I tweeted these words. Kamala Harris is Black. And I thought to myself, there's no way anyone could possibly disagree with me on this extremely basic and accurate take. Oh, but I was wrong. Wishful thinking, I'd say. The response was overwhelming. People insisted that this Black woman was not, in fact, a Black woman. Her father is a Black man. Her paternal grandparents are Black. By all accounts.
First and foremost, family, her father has said himself he is not Black. He said it himself. And they say that his paternal parents are Black. This man's father is a goddamn a Spaniard. We've never seen his mother to know what his mother is, but they love to show the lady holding Kamala. Hold on. The lady holding
is a black
Kamala,
man. Her paternal grandparents are black. By all accounts, at least one of her great-grandparents.
They try to say that this is her grandmother. But even Kamala, when she was on the road, she said she had people she looked at as family, like her nanny and her maid and stuff like that. She never said, I have a black grandmother. Here's my black grandmother. They put out a picture and allowed people to assume. So I'm going to believe what her father said when he said, I'm not black. Because in my belief, I believe the father, his mother, is Indian. And then his father's father, like I said, is a Spaniard dude. Now you can find his father all online. When it comes to his mother, though, it's a mystery. But even if his mother is Jamaican, then that would make Kamala Harris a Jamaican American and not a black American like they tried to make her. While she was running around here claiming our ancestors in history, lying about being bused to school. She said to Joe Biden, while he was, against the school busings, she was that little child that couldn't be bused. Y'all don't remember that? Oh no, we remember that. We remember all of that. Why?
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
That's why we remember. Salute to Tasco, the CEO in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our brother Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cashapp family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my brother. As well as Cherie Red in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. Let's get back into it.
Parents was black, and yet there was a wide-ranging debate about
that picture right there. Like I said, they put out pictures and expect people to just come to the conclusion. And then when you actually do the research, the conclusion that you would come to by seeing those pictures is actually wrong.
Is a black man. Her paternal grandparents are black. By all accounts, at least one of her great-grandparents was black. And yet, there was a wide-ranging debate about whether or not Vice President Kamala Harris was, in fact, black.
Wow, the Kamala Black is no.
If Kamala Harris wins, we really gonna catch hell. You know why?
And here you even have Dr. Kubar Vasquez with the bucking eyes and everything, telling you exactly what we were saying. Now, nowadays, he might have flipped the script. But let's be honest, we were all saying it.
She's going to make us pay for everybody who exposed the fact that she was never black.
I just got one question. When do we question if Kamala Harris was black enough?
Fast forward 1 year later, and while some of the specifics have changed, it's clear that this conversation isn't going anywhere. Before Donald Trump, before Kamala Harris, before Mike Tirico or Babe Ruth, people have been policing color, heritage, and racial status for as long as race has existed. So in this
Okay, let's touch that. Let's touch on that real quick. This isn't really about racial status. And we've made this very clear throughout that whole damn election cycle. It's not about race. It's about ethnicity and people folding themselves within the struggles of our ethnic group. in the very same way that Elizabeth Warren was pretending to be an American, Native American. And she got called out for it, and people, rightfully so, called her out, and what happened? She had to apologize. But when we, rightfully so, call out people who are trying to mask themselves in our ethnic struggle, not racial struggle, ethnic struggle. Because before it became a racial struggle, it was our own ethnic struggle in this country that pushed everything forward. All of a sudden, people act like they don't understand the difference between ethnicity versus race. And even when it comes to race, Kamala would not apply. Because of the fact that, like I said, her mother is goddamn red dot Brahmin Indian. Brahmin Indian. Her father, I believe, is Spaniard and Brahmin Indian. Kamala grew up in Canada in an upper class private school, upper class private neighborhood. She went to a private school and then came back here to go to college. That is not our ethnic struggle. But she damn sure tried to wrap herself within our ethnicity. Shout out to Cherry Red, excuse me. Black Americans is lineage based on citizenship based, excuse me. Absolutely. Not citizenship based, exactly. And that's the problem we be having. A lot of people coming here and thinking they can stay in America for a certain amount of time and all of a sudden become an ethnically Black American, a foundational Black American. Salute to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for this question. She said, why can't we just have a day of peace? Family, because we live rent-free in everybody's minds. Exactly. Attending HBCUs don't make you Black. And this is a ridiculous conversation to have because there are many Nabiscos that go to HBCUs. There are many Mexicans who go to HBCUs. There are many Indians. There are many, god dang, what are those other people called? God dang it, Chinese people. There are many Asian people. I don't know why I was spacing on that goes to HBCUs. None of them, after attending the HBCU, just becomes Black. None of them are literally pulled into the fold of ethnic Blackness. You got Nabisco women in the AKAs. You got Asian women in the AKAs. Being able to say skiwi does not make you Black. At least not ethnically Black. So yeah, I'm in full agreement with you, family, and we're going to touch on that in a second too.
I want to dig into all of it, from Rachel Dolezal to Tiger Woods.
What do you call yourself? Do you call yourself African American?
I came up with this name. I'm a combination.
A combination.
Caucasian, blue, Black, Indian, Asian, combination.
That's what you call yourself?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the history, the blurred lines, the divisions, the disappointments, the debate itself, and the people keeping that debate alive. To answer this question, I reached out to a couple of people to help me unpack it all.
See, here's the problem. I believe we should be defined as something other than Black.
Do you dismiss cultural memory? Do you think you look like the people who are from here? Have you been to Africa? Any part of it?
I just want to say, I knew this was going to happen, and people called me pessimistic.
You know, I'm a child of the one drop rule. I think you are not.
This is the politics of who gets to be Black. Let's dig in. This video is sponsored by Ground News. More.
I'm not surprised it's a sponsored video. Much love to our brother Breeze Omega. Thank you for being here, family. Always a pleasure. As well as Misha. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. It is also always a pleasure. Let's go.
on that later. So the first group of people I wanted to talk to were the folks insisting that Kamala Harris and other Black immigrants are not, in fact, Black. Some of them go by the title ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. So last year...
Now notice how he is literally omitting the actual argument. It isn't that they're not Black. Well, Kamala Harris, that's one thing. But other Black immigrants, it isn't that they're not Black. It's that they're not ethnically Black American. They're not foundational Black Americans. That's what the argument is. But he's omitting the actual argument in order to fit the narrative within his propaganda. Like I said, this is just another hit piece.
The heat of the Is Kamala Black stuff, I reached out to the leader of their movement, Yvette Carnell.
I am Yvette.
Hold the hell up.
This video is sponsored by Ground News. More on that later. So the first group of people I wanted to talk to were the folks insisting that Kamala Harris and other Black immigrants are not, in fact, Black. Some of them go by the title ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery. So last year, in the heat of the Is Kamala Black stuff, I reached out to the leader of their movement, Yvette Carnell.
Now, family, notice right here, he made sure to be distinctive. He says some of them goes by ADOS. But what he didn't do is mention that ADOS is an organization, not the lineage in which we're claiming. Some people may go by ADOS, but that's not what we're saying when it comes to them going by the title ADOS. That's their preference. But ADOS in itself is an organization. And so, yes, it has a leader. It has two leaders, Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore. As foundational Black Americans, we don't have an organization. We don't have a leader. Can't nobody tell me what to do with my grown ass. Not this woman, not Tone, and not anybody else. The code is the leader when it comes to foundational Black Americans. We don't have any meetings. We don't have any dues or fees that have to be paid annually. We don't have any one person that tells us what to do and how to do it. That's not what we're about. But you won't see him separating foundational Black Americans from ADOS, even though he just admitted that some of them go by ADOS. And he omitted that ADOS is an organization. But later on, he's going to try to basically tie us both together. Salute DJ Black 909. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family.
I'm Yvette Carnell. I am president of the ADOS Advocacy Foundation.
I guess I want to start kind of at the heart.
Now notice, she even had to say it's an organization. I am the leader, the president of the ADOS Advocacy Organization. Why is this not being highlighted? Because they want to muddy the waters when it comes to who we are versus what this Democratic Shield organization represents. Salute Chosen 1619. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Exactly. Nobody wanted to be Black until Black Americans made Black popular. Continue being African or Caribbean. And the thing is, like I said, you can go around and call yourself Black. Just don't say that you're Black American. You're not Black American. You're not ethnically Black. And you can call yourself Black outside of America, but we never see that, do we? We never see any of them calling themselves Black outside America until recently, where they saw that the foundational Black Americans was shaking the table politically, was shaking the table about our reparations, was shaking the table about every damn thing we didn't like. But let's get back into it.
Is Vice President Kamala Harris Black? Her very active online community has been championing a specific type of Black identity politics for a while now. At best, ADOS could be described as hyper-focused on the plight and advancement of Black Americans specifically. At worst, they could be described as habitually hostile toward Black immigrants. More on that in a bit. The trouble is that somehow this group of professedly pro-Black activists sometimes find themselves singing the same xenophobic songs as bigots. Is Vice President Kamala Harris Black?
How do you find Black?
Singing the same xenophobic songs as bigots? By separating ourselves from people who've taken advantage of us since they've gotten here. And then when we call out the parasite activity, they want to start disrespecting us in every way possible. How is that xenophobic? Notice he's not speaking about the xenophobia coming from the people who are coming to America because we opened the door for them. He's not saying nothing about that. And he's not even mentioning them. He's hyper-focusing on us and not what caused us to start delineating.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem that people have. I believe we should be defined as something other than Black. And that's why we went to the White House office of OMB and said, call us ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, the Institution. When people hear Black, though, when people come to America and they hear Black, they think people that come from chattel slavery, sharecropping, Jim Crow, redlining, Fair Housing Act, discrimination. And so American Blackness is distinctly different than everywhere else.
To be fair, I don't think that Yvette or the ADOS movement's desire for specificity is wrong. There is real value in naming differences, disaggregating the data a bit. One of the jobs of white supremacy is to flatten, to diminish the rich cultural diversity and history of humanity into a binary of whiteness and non-whiteness. As such,
then why do we even have this video here today? Oh yeah, because somebody put some money in your pockets in order to do this video. Okay, let's continue. Shout out to our sister Starte Jones. She says ADOS put me on to lineage-based bloodlines and the call for reparations. They started to lean towards what I thought was democratic politics. Even went to a few meetings, left them alone, found FBA. Much love to you, family, because that's a lot of our stories too. Many of us was rocking with ADOS. Many of us was. You know what made me walk away from ADOS? It was when Scrappy and Tone was running around here talking about there should be accountability on how FBA spend their reparations. Oh no, at that point, I was out. I was out. You can't tell people who's owed a debt how to spend the money that they receive once the debt's paid. And I have a lot of folks that love to say, well, if we get reparations, then we're just going to give it back to the white man and this, that, and the third. Let me tell you something. I don't give a damn what anybody does with their reparations. I know that I can get with our brother Black Truth United and build something great. I know I can get with our brother Black Alpha and build something great. I know I can get with my sister Black Spider and build something great. I know I can get with my sister Aquarius Minded and build something great. Our sister Angelic and build something great. Our sister Miss Nisi build something great. Do you see what I'm saying? The point here, the small number of people who's going to go stimulate the economy, whether I like the way they stimulate the economy or not, they're stimulating our economy. So the small people who go and stimulate the economy has nothing on the large number of people that I know will group together and actually build greatness right once again here in America, like we done so many times over. And this is the reason why, and I say this several times over, this is the main reason why they haven't given us reparations yet. Because they know what we will do with the reparations money. They know we will go and build 5 to 10 more Black Wall Streets. They know that we will go and build schools and everything else. They already know what we will do with the funding. So that talking point always pisses me off, because it then makes me believe that these same people, and this is basically what goddamn Tone and Scrappy was saying, these people are getting their talking points from the Nabisco. You're not going to police me on how I'm going to spend anything. Just put your prayers in the Most High that we all have the knowledge to do something better than just go buy a bunch of Jordans. And depending on who you're speaking about, the Jordan fan, the person who likes shoes, the sneakerhead, he may not even go spend all of his money on Jordans. He might take the time to learn, well, how do I become a Jordan? How do I go around these areas here and bring my own type of shoe? See, when you have access to capital, a door is opened up. So the people who love video games might just turn around and say, how do I create a video game and sell it? Hell, they might get together and say, oh, you like video games? I like video games too. Let's put our money together and build a video game console. Damn PlayStation, damn Xbox. Let's create the foundational black box. I don't know. That would be a pretty good name though. But still, you cannot just assume people are going to screw off the money just because you've been hearing it for years. Let's keep it very, very simple and very plain. So that's why I walked away from ADOS. And when I really started listening to what FBA was, because like I said, I didn't, even in ADOS, I wasn't going against FBA. I just understood it was just two preferences. But then when I started listening to the black grassroots in the way of FBAism, I started, oh, so this has been right all the time. You're telling me all this is just a remake of our brother Dr. Claude Anderson's Native Black Americans? Oh yeah, okay, cool. I'm down with that. And at the time, I didn't even know it was coming from Tariq. At the time, I didn't even know it was coming from Tariq, because anybody who used to watch Scrappy's programming, you would know that she wouldn't say people's names. She would say the faceless video guy talking about Professor Black Truth and Jason Black. And even then, I picked up on that before I picked up on her talking about Tariq. And even with Tariq don't even talk about her like that. He calls her Scrappy. So, family, after seeing these things, I already knew where the hell I was supposed to be and where I was meant to be. Because I don't agree with anybody thinking they can tell you what to do with what's owed to you. I apologize, family. No apologies needed. I understand, but I did. I digressed a little bit because, you know, that touched the nerve right there. That was one of my major reasons for walking away. Salute to Snatch Adams. Thank you for your your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution, family. As always, Chinese Americans delineate from Japanese Americans. Japanese Americans delineate from Korean Americans. Korean Americans delineate from Filipinos, and none of those groups are called xenophobic. Excellent point. Excellent point, family. Salute to our family, Shabazz American Freeman in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. You know it. As well as V4 Vengeance. Thank you for being here as well, family. Much love to you. It is always a pleasure. The Code. The gatekeeping of FBA culture, politics, business, intellectual property, and social standing, utilizing ideas, strategy, and tactics advertised by our elders, Dr. Claude Anderson and Neely Fuller Jr. Shout out to the family. Yeah, FBA box. It sounds good, but it also sounds like it can go into, one of those little boom chicka wow wow situations. So maybe not that day directly. Exactly. The Code. That is what we're being led by. That's it. That's all. Salute to Cherry Red. Dr. Claude feels like he's in the twilight zone right about now. Yeah, because everything that he's been saying has been really coming into fruition, including us segregating ourselves and delineating to make sure that the world knows that we are a distinct ethnic group with a distinct ethnic background that no one else has. Now let's get back over here.
In America, we learned thousands of years of European history with all of its periods and its wars and artistic revolutions, all with incredible dynamism and specificity, while non-white people often get flattened into something one-dimensional and other. And I think as a culture, we've been pushing to change that in some really important ways. The truth is that there are beautiful little cultural nuances between, say, South African and Nigerian people, Jamaicans and Trinidadians, Bajans and Black Americans, all Black, but all culturally distinct as well. And I think Yvette and the ADOS movement's project, their focus is the need for a way to accurately account for slavery's legacy on the people who descend from the enslaved.
The conversation that we started out having, people haven't followed this, was about wealth. So we tried to figure out, we don't have any wealth as ADOS people. Why are we wealthless and we've been here longer than most people, longer than the Irish, longer than the Italians? How come we don't have wealth? Well, we understand that slavery created a racialized caste in this country. And during Reconstruction, the federal government abandoned us. We had the KKK, we had land theft. And so what we said was, listen, it is the problem and it is the consequence of white racism that we don't have what we're supposed to have. And so part of our project became educating other people about this wealthlessness. And then people started asking us, hey, okay, you keep telling us that.
Salute True Pilgrim. It says, I like Tariq, but I like Yvette and Tone too. That's your preference, sir. And I'm not going to hammer you over the head about your preference. I don't care, to be honest with you. And I'm not saying that in a derogatory fashion. I'm just saying, I don't care if you like Tariq and Tone and Scrappy. That's your right to do so. I'm not going around policing people on what they should do and what they shouldn't do. I just know what I should be doing. And that's why I walked away from the ADOS, because I'm not someone who's here to police any of you. If you're on code, you're on code. But when you're off code, you're off code. So if you like watching all our brothers and sisters, and I use brothers and sisters with the Tone and Yvette loosely. If you like watching these folks, cool. Take what you can get. I tell people all the time, eat the meat, spit out the bones, pause. But for me, myself, I've moved past them because a lot of the information and knowledge that they were bringing, one of the reasons why I was so attracted to ADOS is because they were bringing the statistical information, and I like statistical information. If you go back and look at many of my older videos, that's all I would do. Now I've incorporated a little bit more, a little bit more, what is it called? Opinionation. But for the most part, that was what the draw was. And for Tariq as well. Tariq, my draw to Tariq is the fact that he's been a historian for so damn long since I don't want to say younger, but yeah, when I was younger. I wasn't a kid, but I was able to get a lot of history from Tariq's projects. And you can't do nothing but respect that. But also, Tariq never told me how to spend money that we're fighting for. Tariq has never told me what I should or shouldn't be doing when it comes to reparations if we get them. That's not something that I would respect. And if Tariq was to do that, I would say nope and walk away from that too. I would still be FBA. And I would still show love to Tariq, but I would let people know, like, you know, I don't agree with that. In which I don't. However, if you're okay with that, and I'm not saying that in the way of like if you're fine with that. No, I'm like, if you like watching these people, by all means, do your thing, family. Do your thing. You have all right to do so. Because I don't want anybody telling me who I should be paying attention to or who I should be giving relevance to. I'm going to pay attention to who the hell I want to. And that's just the facts. So much love to you, family. If you like it, I love it. Do your thing. Much love to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for your super chat, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. The code doesn't care who or what like. The code doesn't care who or what you like. Salute to the family. Absolutely. The code is what the code is. And as long as I'm on code, then the family's going to rock with me. If I'm off code, the family's going to check me. That's just what it is. And I take that responsibility and I love it because that means that anybody can get it, including myself. And a level-minded thinking person would not just respect that, but would love it. Because that means that even if I tiptoe off of my square a little bit, I'm going to have one of my brothers and sisters either pushing me back on the square or calling me out for stepping off of it. That's what this is about. So much love to the family. Let's get back over here.
That we're well, that's what we do about it. And so when we said, listen, you're not going to make it up through labor. You can't make it up through work. So part of what our movement does is advocate for reparations. But we also have a transformative Black agenda in terms of housing, in terms of environmental racism, in terms of every space where we need resources. So that's who we are. That's what we stand for.
I got to be honest with you. This is all profoundly sane. The three basic assertions here are: 1, specificity matters. 2, this country did something uniquely bad to a group of people. And 3, their descendants are still impacted by that bad thing to this day. So we should do something about it. Again, all very, very sane. And yet, is Vice President Kamala Harris Black?
How do you define Black?
There is a disconnect here. I have seen folks online who, when I go to their page, they have ADOS in their bio or whatever the case may be, or maybe they have FBA, you know, whatever. But
notice what he just did there. Notice what he just did there, family. They'll have ADOS in their name, or maybe they'll say FBA. Notice distinctly, we've already came to the conclusion that these people are an organization. She said out of her own mouth that is an advocacy organization, but yet he still had to throw ADOS and FBA into the same damn talking point. And he did that to muddy the water.
But I ADOS in their bio here. I have seen folks online who, when I go to their page, they have ADOS in their bio or whatever the case may be, or maybe they have FBA, you know, whatever. But I have seen folks making claims that she is not African or of African descent or Black specifically. And as the leader of this movement, what do you say to those people?
Well, I understand those people. Because let me say something. You do not have a history of oppression that goes back to slavery, that goes back to Reconstruction, that goes back to sharecropping, Jim Crow, convict leasing. That's not your life. So you have to approach this election, Colin, the same way a white woman would, the same way Elizabeth Warren would, the same way Hillary Clinton would.
I'm just glad to see other people, like normal, sane people, see it.
That's my friend Olay. You may have seen her around the internet. She's a brilliant political commentator here on YouTube and beyond. And she shared with me that she anticipated this debate about Kamala Harris's Blackness because as a Bahamian Nigerian immigrant to the United States, she'd experienced a sharp rise in these diaspora war tensions.
And I knew it was going to happen because
notice how these people are not bringing up the fact that the diaspora war tension, like I said, there is no war because you can't compete where you can't compare. It starts with them. It starts with their xenophobia towards us because they don't like the fact that we are delineating away from them. It all starts with them. But yet, and this is, I don't know. Like I said, it's I'm getting those tether vibes from this dude because he's putting on other tethers to sit here and try to talk stuff as if they're not over there starting the stuff. You see what I'm saying, family? Salute to V for Vengeance. Thank you for being here as well, family. I've already told you that, but thank you for your super chat, family. And I appreciate you and your contribution, family. He says, use the code to vet FBAs and non-FBAs. Being off code equals tether or raccoon. Support Black Truth United to help get and stay on code. Much love to our brother V for Vengeance. Let's get back into her tether talking points.
I am a Caribbean. I'm Bahamian Nigerian, so I'm a Caribbean African person. So I know what it is now. I've experienced it now over the last few years of people thinking of a rise of people thinking Blackness is defined by a Black American, a solely Black American experience of all.
Family, that's not what we said at all. So now she's making bad faith talking points. Because here's the thing. You folks wasn't calling yourself Black until we made it cool to be Black. Salute Patricia Green. Thank you for being here, my sister. It's always a pleasure. Let me go here real quick. We're going to take a quick detour. Let's go here.
No. It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? I came in a plane. They came in chains. I'm not Black. I'm African.
Is that not Black?
No. It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? I came in a plane. They came in chains. Yeah, I'm passenger in their cargo. Why are you laughing? Oh, that's racist. That's racist. That's racist. That's racist. You're a racist. No, that's a clip.
I just want to put it out there that I'm a colored South African living in the United States. So I don't identify myself as Black. I'm colored, guys. Look at my skin. Colored South African.
Black, Babo. Babo, you're Black. I'm not Black. Babo, you're Black. No, Black. Babo, you're not Dominican, you're Black. I'm not Black. You're Dominican, I'm Black. No, Black. Okay. Somebody else claimed that you're not Black. Wallahi, I'm not Black. Wallahi, I'm not Black. So what color you is? Bro, I'm Somali, I'm not Black. What color are you? I'm not Black. What color are you? I'm not color. I'm brown. Bro, you're not Black. This is you, bro. Bro, you got the same shit with the charcoal. Bro, listen. I'm not Black. I'm Somali. Oh, para mí la vida no tiene sentido si en el camino tú no estás conmigo. Si no te tengo a mi lado, yo vivo desesperado, obsesionado contigo. I do not consider myself as a Black person. I consider myself as a white person. Why? Because I don't act like Black people. I don't talk like Black people. I don't sing like Black people. I don't do that stuff that Black people do. I do more stuff like white people. So I don't consider myself as a Black person. I consider myself as a white person. And that's on period point blank. I don't care what nobody's like. I consider myself as a white. And I don't see myself as Black. What do you see yourself as? I'm a white person. It's difficult because I don't identify as being Black. Also, like I was brought up white. So I'm white. Me not wanting to identify with being Black. So not dating a Black person goes against that feeling. Not that I'm racist, obviously. I'm not racist. It's just I was brought up being white, and in my head, I'm white, so I'm gonna date a white person, and or like a culture close to me. All right. I have to turn the 10-minute timer on because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna get into, but right now I need to get into Black.
Now, family, my brother Christopher Ellis put it in the chat already because FBAs are on the same time. Shout out to our brother. He says, in quotes, I didn't know I was Black until I came to this country. End quote. That's all I heard. Now, family, you're going to hear exactly what our brother put in the chat.
The color Black, like this cone, it was a color first before it became this whole fucking epidemic of race and ethnic struggle in the United States. Only in the United States. And I see that and I repeat, Black is only an issue in the United States. Now, I'm from Canada, so don't call me crazy just yet. If you go to Europe, they've adopted the word Black, Negro, in multiple different fucking languages. Whatever color Black, Noir, they figured it out because over here, the slaves were called Black. Now, if you go to Africa, I promise you they weren't using that word. Why? Because why would we? Why would we use the word Black when we're not all Black? You get it? You get it. All right. So now that I've cleared the air, people get confused when they say, oh, I'm not Black. I'm not Black. First of all, I only say Black because it's been a part of my nature being in Canada next to the United States. And England, as our higher ups, Black has just been something we've adapted in the Western culture. Now, if I see a Jamaican and they say, oh, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican, I will totally respect and accept that because they're not lying. Black was a word to use to associate to Negro slaves that were brought from Africa. And because they were close to this color, majority of them, they called them black.
So they know this, family. They know what's going on here. And so it isn't a situation where people is confused. Let's be very clear about that. Salute to our brother Black Are You. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Crystal Watson. Thank you for being here. Much love to the both of you. These folks know. And they know well.
Now, you start into reading, mixing up. Now you got light black, dark black, middle black, brown black. You got all these different types of blacks. And now everyone's confused now on who's black and who's not. Because black is a figment of your imagination. There's only one race, and that's human. And it comes with different ethnic flavors and genotypes. That's all that fucking matters in this fucking world. So I think you guys gotta stop with this whole, oh, she's not black. Oh, she's not too black. She's too, like, what? Like, what do you, like, you guys are mentally fucked and you guys don't even know it. Sincerely, a Canadian pissed.
Because in Nigeria, I didn't think of myself as black, because nobody thinks of themselves as black in Nigeria. We have many problems, but race is not one of them, because I guess most people in Nigeria are black. In many West African countries, we don't have race as an identifying part of us. So when I went to the US, all I had thought of myself was a Catholic and Igbo, and Nigerian, of course. But then in the US, people would just say things to me about being black, and I would think, I don't even know what that means. But most of all, it was that I started to learn that black wasn't a value-free idea. That to be called black was that people made assumptions about you. There was a professor who was surprised that I wrote the best essay in class. And I realized that he was surprised because he didn't expect a black person to write the best essay. And so for me, it was a learning process. Of course, now I very much identify as black. And I've also come to learn about African-American history and to deeply admire that history is a history of African-Americans who are very resilient, who have systematically and consistently been undermined by the American state, and who continue to thrive. And I think that African-American history is under-celebrated.
I didn't know that I was black. I had that realization when I came here, right? Like, there's only so many athletics carnivals you can win. So you start to connect the dots. Like, I jumped higher than all of these other girls. I jumped further. I'm faster than all of these other white girls. I must be trans. You know, this little cut's like, yeah, that's not my shit.
Family. So this is what that is about. While this woman wants to sit here and make it seem like we're trying to make it only black is in America. No, you guys says this. This is y'all talking points. Because outside of America, you don't either claim to be black or you don't know you're black. It takes a black American, a foundational black American, to explain blackness to you as a racial construct here in America. But let's let her continue.
All your family had to be Americans, because now I knew it was going to happen, right?
Again, all of this means that Olay has been witnessing the rise of this kind of anti-black immigrant.
She said, all your family has to be American. If you're a foundational black American, you need at least one foundational black American family member, father, mother, to be foundational black American. You can't just come to a country and think that you're going to be a foundational black American. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work in a way where you think that you can just assimilate into black culture, then start calling yourself a black American. It doesn't work like that.
By a black American, a solely black American experience of all your family had to be Americans, because now I knew it was going to happen, right?
Again, all of this means that Olay has been witnessing the rise of this kind of anti-black immigrant rhetoric online for a while and has faced online harassment from people who claim to be in the ADOS and FBA movements.
People will comment on my videos and be like, oh my God, I almost love what she was saying until I heard that nasty accent. She thought she was hiding it. Let me get it right now. I'd be like, you see this? Mainstream media is spreading propaganda and using black appearing females like this, aka African, Caribbean, Hispanic, third freeloading invaders as foundational black Americans when they are not. Don't be fooled by these people. They are lying tethers.
The notion that black Americans.
I mean, did she say anything wrong? Because you're clearly sitting here in this whole damn documentary here, lying your ass off in order to fit a narrative. That would, be defined as a lying tether. Let's be honest. Salute to Elizabeth D. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you.
ADOS, and Black immigrants are not natural political allies obscures the degree to which the worst forms of anti-Blackness are completely unconcerned political allies.
Be fooled by these people, they are lying tethers.
The notion that Black Americans, ADOS, and Black immigrants are not natural political allies obscure.
Family. He said that Black immigrants are the conversation is Black immigrants aren't natural allies, political allies. Well, we have the information and the evidence to show that it's been Black immigrants hindering our reparations claims no matter where you go across these United States. In Atlanta, you had that Jamaican woman crashing out at the reparations hearing. In New York, our sister Brooke out there, and if you don't follow her page, make sure you go and follow our sister Brooke, because she's out there working with different foundational Black organizations to push reparations, and you got Caribbeans and Africans going over there saying that they need to be included. I played it here on my broadcast where she was speaking with one of the organizers, and he said he went to 55 different Caribbean organizations trying to get them to be on board with reparations for foundational Black Americans. And they were like, if we're not included, we're not going to support it. That's not an ally. That's a leech. That's a parasite. They have the thinking of, if I don't get nothing, you don't get nothing. In a country that you built, I want you to know that if I don't get nothing, you don't get nothing. Are you calling that a political ally, Garrison? Exactly. Look at the cities. Look at all the cities ran by non-FBAs now. Family, these people irks my nerves.
Here's the degree to which the worst forms of anti-Blackness are completely unconcerned about when you got to America as a Black person. While Black Americans still face overcriminalization, Black immigrants are also in the crosshairs of this United States government. And I think
and here's the difference. I love when they bring this up. We all face the governmental oppression. We all have the same oppressor. No, we don't. And even if you get targeted by the government, who cares? Let me explain to you why. Because we built this nation and they've been targeting us since day one. You saw that oppression and then decided to come over here where you saw the American government targeting foundational Black Americans. You said, let me go be a part of that system. You made a decision to come over here to be under that system. You don't now get to say, well, I deserve something for making a decision to come to somebody else's country where I knew it was an oppressive system and got oppressed for it. No, that's your fault. You should have fought against your oppressive system in your homeland. You should have fought the fight in your homeland. We're fighting the fight in our homeland, but y'all come from your homeland to where we're fighting the fight to fight against us. Shalom and salute to our brother Damon Reeves in the building. Much love to you, player. Much love to you as always.
This story about the Trump administration terminating the temporary protected status of more than 500,000 Haitian immigrants is the perfect place for me to tell you about today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a web.
Damn your sponsor. And damn what you feel about the Haitians losing their status. Move on.
me that the rise in anti-immigrant rhetoric that she faces online isn't reflective of her overall experience with Black Americans in America.
Like I tell you, this is like an extreme over the last 3 years, and I keep trying to like make sure I process it. I make sure I take a step back. You know, where is this coming from? This is the next thing. Let me not react to this because ultimately, I've lived in America now.
Where is it coming from? Okay, where is it coming from? Hold up, give me a second. Maybe it's coming from things like this. I can't play the music with the sound because, you know, the music's there, but it's not coming from things like this. Shall I read? Okay, let me read. Yes, indeed. How you mad at Africans? Oh, let's restart it. How you mad at Africans but can't trace your last name past the plantation? Sit this one out, orphans. It's not coming from this. It's not coming from this at all. From a people who didn't even have last names until about 10, 15 years ago. You sure it's not coming from this? See, I don't like people who are disingenuous liars. I don't know where this is coming from. Oh, you know where it's coming from. You just won't say. You just won't say. Matter of fact, let's do this, family. Since I have to put it on these folks. Let's put it on these folks. Where is it coming from? Let's go here. Trevor Noah knows where it's coming from. Salute to our sister LaRonda Hicks in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Is that a boy or girl? It's a nigga bitch. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. And our family, V for Vengeance, is putting the 6 steps of the code in the chat. So make sure, and I'm actually salute to our brother Jesse Paris. He sent me, I don't have to go back. I didn't have to go back and write it down. My brother sent it to my email. I'm going to end up posting that on X after this, and then I'm also going to do a breakdown of those concepts at a later date. But let's let Trevor Noah say what it is, shall we? Because, you know, there's some of them that will tell you the truth. So let's go.
So, for instance, I would meet African immigrants who would speak about African Americans.
Oh, bad.
They would just be like, why don't they they're like Republican in their
mean
vibes.
white people.
Yeah,
like worse. Actually.
If we're honest,
well, worse because
they don't want to work.
Yes, exactly.
Let me tell you something about Black Americans. They don't want to work.
Yes,
they don't go to school. They love to do crime.
These axes.
They love to do crime. They love to do crime. Let me tell you something.
They love to do crime.
They're not African American. They're just American. I don't know why they put African. The way they're dressing, their pants, their trousers are falling, and you're like, wow, this is like full on.
Dude, I have relatives like this.
That's why I love the idea of having a school.
Yes.
Because what will happen to a lot of Africans, and I'm sure you've seen this, is a lot of those Africans who come in with like the respectability politics.
Yes.
One day they come up against the brunt of American racism in some way, shape, or form.
That's right.
And they're shaken forever.
Forever. I mean, I have also that point. I have an uncle, Uncle Manny. He's now passed, and it wasn't until his later years that he talked about. He lived in Minnesota. Lisa, my cousin Lisa, he raised her, and he talked about like being used because he realized that I wasn't angry. So he came in the '60s, had success as a corporate guy, but he was a token. And I don't want to reduce his life. I mean, he was a hardworking man, but he, in his later years, looking back now with an understanding of identity, he's like, oh man, I think they used me. You know, like I think I was part of this game, and it really is.
Salute to our family, Leonardo Yuda in the building, as well as Sean Wright. Thank you both for being here, family. Yeah, so, you know, Trevor Noah, he seems to know exactly what it is. He called it right on out. As a matter of fact, they act like we as Black Americans don't have or understand that experience. We don't, as if we don't know what's going on over there. Let me go to our brother, our good brother, Mike Epps. Salute to him. Because he already let it be known as well.
I thought it was African until I went and I was like, you are not one of my real brothers. I'm like, what? It's hard being Black, but it's fair, you know what I mean? Because when you Black in America, shit, you know you start off on 0, you know what I mean? You don't never start off on 10, you know? You need people that started off on 10 to help your 0 ass. You know what I mean? So Yeah, it's hard being black. Black people been through so motherfucking much that white people, if you talk about them, they'll just say, I understand. Go ahead. Go right ahead. You guys, it's unfair. Go right ahead. I understand. Yeah, shit. African American, shit. Because everybody got somewhere to go but us. If the Mexican get mad, he can go back to Mexico. If the Asian get mad, he can go back to Asia. If we get mad, we ain't got no motherfucking where to go. I thought it was Africa until I went. Motherfuckers like, you are not one of my real brothers. I'm like, what? Yes, my brother, you are not one of my brothers. You are very lazy. You do not take advantage of your education. I said, can you drive this cab a little faster? And get some deodorant immediately? Get your overeducated, underpaid ass.
Shout out to Cherry Red. She says Trevor seems like he was joking with them. I'm gonna be honest with you. It might seem like that, but I think that they're making light of that deep situation, because I've heard Trevor Noah speak about this on many occasions. That wasn't the first time I heard Trevor Noah say what he said. And also, you got to understand that Trevor Noah is a comedian, so he's going to try to make it a little light. But the fact of the matter is, I got to say, I've seen him personally several times over talk about this situation. So I'm gonna give him a little leeway on that. But family, we don't have to just look at celebrities. And that's another thing. That's a celebrity being told that he's not African when he goes to Africa, when they usually try to make every celebrity over there into an African. They got Sierra over there. All of a sudden, she's Benin. All of a sudden, when Michael Jackson went over there, all of a sudden, he's Ghanaian. For the longest, they've been trying to Africanize our celebrities and things like that. Mike Epps go over there, and they're like, oh, no, nigga, you are not African. You guys are lazy. They probably didn't even recognize him. But let's not leave it to the celebrities. Y'all know when the Pan-Africans was talking about going back to Africa, right? Y'all remember that? Going back to Africa and building up a city. And many of them actually went. Well, every time I see one of these horror stories, I got to bring it to you, family. Yep, exactly, my sister. Stevie Wonder. Exactly. They're trying to claim him to be Ghanaian like a mug. A Ghanaian American, it says on goddamn Wikipedia all of a sudden. That's my point. But when they go over there, when we go over there, oh, it's all horror stories. These people went over there to build businesses in their own black town. Now let's talk about the story, or excuse me, their testimony. Let's listen to the testimony.
Some of these YouTubers need to stop telling people to come to Africa. The locals.
What? Not the Pan-African telling YouTubers to stop telling people to come to Africa. Oh, okay.
Coordinated because they noticed our movement. So they were watching the videos and they were aware of the trend to come to Africa for African Americans. And so they raised the price on housing and on everything, business services, everything. I mean, they moved in an organized way. I don't think a lot of people realize that about what happened in this movement. I don't want to say failed movement because some people made it work. I'll just kind of go on a tangent and say, I don't think everyone should come to Africa. I don't think every African American should come to Africa.
The amount of corruption and bribery needed just to register a business. We're talking $10,000 land surveys for 5 acres. We're talking $6,000 business registration process. And the sad thing is some people were happy. They were agreeing with it. They were finally free to be how they were. So when you went into government offices, there was a very different energy. There was this, I'm going to cheat you and you're going to like it energy. And we all felt it and you couldn't say anything about it. There was a lot going on in those offices. I've gotten into trouble in those offices for calling out certain things, calling out corruption. I've been in trouble for that. I don't know. Some of you who know me know that I've been in a Tanzanian jail 3 times because of certain things. One was firing somebody who didn't want to work.
Family, this man has been in a Tanzanian jail 3 times. One of which was only for firing somebody. You're not doing a good job, you get fired. This man fired someone and got put in the jail. Let's hear about the other 2 times.
Another one was you just can't call out corruption. You got to act like it doesn't exist and play some mind game. And that's not how some people operate. That's compromising.
Oh, you can't call out corruption over there. He says some people won't stand for that. No, it's foundational Black Americans that don't stand for it. Say it with your chest. You gotta say it with your chest. But let's hear the last reason why he was arrested.
The fine line, and it's a tiptoe eggshell sort of dance you have to do there. And I don't think a lot of people want to do that. I fell into the trap of thinking that it was, my job to stay and push and push and push and push against something that was done. And I poured more time and more energy and more resources into projects that were not going to succeed at that point. I made the mistake of feeling obligated to something that no longer had the favor of God on it. And unfortunately, many others made the same mistake.
Family, what that's called is buyer's remorse. That is called buyer's remorse, because at the end of the day, what they're saying to you when you get there and spend all that damn money in order to help build up Africa, what they're saying to you
fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
That's it. They don't care. Let's be very clear about that. Y'all see the situation that happened at Labor Day festival. That for some reason, these people in New York are now trying to claim to be a Caribbean festival. They're talking nonsense about us having an American flag at a freaking festival in America. Let's go here.
Hold on, I was about to mention this. Why the fuck did I see y'all outside at Eastern Parkway and Juve with fucking American flags? That ain't part of the West Indies. If I had $1,
the West Indies isn't a part of America, so why are you doing that here? Why aren't you in the West Indies doing that? You're not in the West Indies. You're in the United States of America, a land in which my ancestors built. We're not in the West Indies waving an American flag in the land your ancestors built. You're over here in America, where our ancestors built this, talking about why are we waving the flag that Grace Wisher was responsible for? Well, the earlier flag. We have all right to, that's why.
for every fucking American flag I saw, I would have been a rich bitch. My friend that I dragged.
Well, you're in America. It only makes sense to see American flags. Who is this woman? Who the hell is this woman? Because she's making no sense.
To the parade with me, and Jube is American, and I told her not to bring no fucking. And Jube is American, and I told her not to bring no fucking American flag, bitch. My friend that I dragged to the parade with me, and Jube is American, and I told her not to bring no fucking American flag, bitch. You Panamanian today.
Family, I'm feeling in my heart of hearts that her friend is either not foundational Black American or she's a tap dancing coon, because who the hell are you as a guest in my country to tell me not to bring my country's flag to a Labor Day celebration that our ancestors started, and then going to try to say that you're Bohemian or whatever the hell she said today? Oh no, a family, would she be able to tell you that? I want to this is a serious question for the chat. If this woman told you that you don't bring no goddamn American flag to a goddamn festival that was started, the holiday in itself was started by your ancestors. If she tells you not to bring your flag and told you that you were you bohemian today, what would be your response to this goddamn tether? This is a serious question. Nope. I just want to know. They're parading in a whole different country called mine, and talk on public platforms, treasonous bitch. That's right. Bitch, bye. A damn carnival on an American damn holiday is very undermining. Exactly. In the very same way they went around trying to wave their goddamn flags on Juneteenth. America spoiled these immigrants. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And when did this friend beat the brakes off of her? She depending on who you know, that would have happened. Let's get back over here.
Okay. The fuck? Why do y'all have fucking American flags? Yeah, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. I mean, I'm glad y'all embracing the culture though. I fuck with it. I like people that do shit like that. But damn, the American flag, that you couldn't have been Jamaican or something for one day?
Hell no. That's you guys running around here playing and putting on other people's cultures as costumes. We don't do that shit. We do not do that shit whatsoever. We are foundational Black American today. We are foundational Black American yesterday. We are foundational Black American tomorrow. That's it. We don't go around here putting on other people's cultures and taking them off.
Damn. Hold on. I was about to mention this. Why the fuck did I?
Let's go to this chick here.
Black Americans and be like, oh, Labor Day is not about Caribbean people. This is our country. Go back to your country. This has to be race bait, by the way. Y'all need to keep that same energy for the palm color people and the other races that are coming to take over. And you're not going to have anywhere to fucking lay your head. You're worried about the
family. She said we need to worry about the palm colored people and all this other stuff. Let me be very clear. These people keep acting like we're not fighting all of these bitches simultaneously. Yeah, I said bitches. We out here fighting all of them simultaneously. This isn't us stopping one fight to fight with another group of people. No, we're fighting each and every one of you that brings disrespect to us simultaneously. You want to talk about a 20v1? We're the one fighting the 20. Like Kendrick say, this ain't a 1v20. This ain't a 20v1. It's a 1v20. If I got to slap niggas that right with you. If I got to slap everybody that comes through those borders because they disrespecting us, we will. Let's be very clear. We're doing all of this at one damn time. Maybe you can't fight your oppressor unless you're tunnel vision. But we understand that the oppressor also have mouthpieces, puppets, if you will. People such as yourself who comes into this country. And you said it. You said it best yourself. You said you need to be concentrated because people are taking your resources and you're about to wake up without a home. Yeah, guess who are the people who's taking the resources? So you wasn't really making a good point for yourself. But let's continue.
Wrong fucking thing. You talking about this is our country? Your president begs to differ. He doesn't even want you in the country. Don't even care that you were born here, babe.
Family, these folks have a sick identification issue where they can only see themselves through the lens of a Nabisco. Foundational Black Americans don't see ourselves through the lens of a Nabisco. We never have, and we never will. We don't give a damn what the Nabisco think about us or how they perceive everybody in their racist rhetoric. Damn the Nabisco and his feelings. He know he can't get rid of us. He know we built this country. The Nabisco knows that we have a claim to this land that none of you have. But they do that. They try to put their own perception of how Nabiscos look at them and then try to say that about us. The Nabiscos don't want you here. They don't want you being American. So damn what? The Nabiscos didn't want you here, but yet we fought to open up the door for your narrow-headed ass.
If it was up to him, you'll be picking fucking cotton. Be so fucking for real. Y'all.
If it was up to him, none of you would be here. Let's be clear.
Just fall into the trap every time. Like, at the end of the day, we all Black. This is our country. Y'all want to stand on business for the wrong things. Y'all cannot.
No, if you ain't standing on business for your damn country that your ancestors built, what the hell are you standing on business for? Let me ask that question again for the people in the back. If you're not standing on business for the country that your ancestors built and is owed a debt from, then what the hell are you standing on business for? You ever heard that saying, find something to fight for, because if you don't fight for something, you'll be fighting for nothing? We got something to fight for, and that's why we've been fighting for it since the Nabisco got here. We was already here fighting those Nabiscos. They need to bring the first form of chemical warfare, passing out SARS blankets all over the damn place. Salute to our brother Antithesis. Thank you for being here, my brother. Much love to you. It's crazy how these foreign weirdos don't see how they're acting like infiltrators. They have a choice from the beginning who to be on code with, and they choose the Nabisco. Salute to our brother Damon Reeves. Ho, please. Salute to our sister LaShawn Kent, our brother. I never asked. You can let me know in the chat, family. It says, we are too loving. This is like having an unthankful husband or wife. Ungrateful indeed. Very much so. Our sister. Okay, my sister. I'm not going to make the mistake of just, assuming genders anymore, because the last time I did that, I made an ass out of myself, and what assumptions does. Let's continue.
Y'all can't even stand together and hold down the community. Please.
Family, we've been standing together holding down our community before Jew people got over here, which actually caused a rift in our community. See, the nonsense that come out of these people's mouths don't make sense. Let's be very clear. It doesn't make any sense. Because a lot of the crime and stuff that's going on in the community, people such as this come over here and they identify as Black, and everything that they do get tossed into the crime statistic with us. But then when something positive happens, what are they doing? Delineating. Oh, Nigerian American graduate at 18 from law school. Nigerian American this. Nigerian American that. Caribbean girl this, Caribbean girl that. You put on flat blackness in order to have a cover. But you saying we ain't standing on our communities? Salute. Church Deshaun is male. Deshaun is male. This is LaShawn. Much love to you, family.
But y'all want to come after Caribbean cultures. It's giving bored. It's giving miserable. It's giving we don't mind y'all business because we don't give a fuck. It's giving...
You don't mind our business, but since we delineated, y'all been sitting there trying to tell us who the hell we are? You're in our business right now. This whole video is about being in our business.
I hate it for y'all, the conditioning, the brainwashing. It continues to reveal itself the more they give y'all these phones to open your mouth and talk nonsense. Y'all sound ignorant. Y'all sound uneducated. Y'all sound like y'all looking for validation.
And what do you sound like? Family, I know that we are taking a pretty long detour, but we have to address what this woman is saying and doing. We got to do it. So let's get back over here and let this woman finish.
To feel accepted by the others. And guess what? You're still a nobody. So you can say the hot shit, oh.
She just called the people that built the country, opened the gate for her to come to the country, nobodies. Nobody. She called me, you, all of our ancestors, and the people who fought and died for the freedoms we participate in today. She just called us nobodies. And people are running around here wondering how this started, where this came from. Exactly. Cosplaying as a nobody. Right. Exactly. Shout out to Misha. Absolutely. Shout out to our sister Aquarius. That's called jealousy. That's called jealousy. Salute to Cooking with Miss D. She's an internet hoe. Say that shit to my face. Oh, she wouldn't. That's why she's talking about needing validation. Why you think she jumped on her phone? Salute to my sister I Am Key Era. Says, peace, family. I can't be quiet no more. Is she crazy? Absolutely she is. I guarantee you she is. I guarantee you. To believe anything that's coming out of her mouth, she either has to be crazy and or delusional. And or delusional. Salute to Earl. Thank you for being here, family. And much love to you as well as Uncensored Truth, my good brother. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Let's continue.
Where's ICE? This is our country. Da, 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 da. We don't want to hear that Caribbean music. I fear that without our seasoning to the American pot, this country will be nothing.
What? What? Family? Oh, family.
Nigga, please.
Family, everything about American culture is uniquely us. Uniquely us. It has nothing to do with anybody else's quote unquote seasoning. Y'all come here because of the seasoning we've already put on this country. What the hell is this woman talking about? Salute to our sister, Mrs. L in the building. Mrs. L, much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here, as well as our brother Zavon Scott in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Let's let her continue.
But okay, y'all would want to argue. Y'all problem is y'all always want to argue and fight the wrong people. Fight the system that's currently beating your ass. How about that?
We are fighting the system by getting your nonchalant dumbass out the way. Let's be very clear about that. You goddamn tether. But family, I can't play those videos without playing our responses because you know this tether got to get one of these. Yes, family, it's time for a tether spanking. So let's let the family commence real quick before we go back over to the damn documentary there.
When I tell you, be careful in other people's country, okay? And this goes for anybody. Be careful in other people's country. Even if you think you got citizenship, you know it ain't your country. Be careful. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when you come to other people's country, family, please realize you are a guest, okay? No matter how comfortable you may feel, you will always be a guest, okay? In someone else's country. You know that ain't your homeland. You're a guest. No matter if they've accepted you as a citizen, you're still a guest, okay? And you can't do anything that you want to do. You can't commit all kinds of crime. You can't be disrespectful to the inhabitants of that land. You can't just wallow around like, you know what I mean? Just don't give a damn, you know what I'm saying? And run off at the mouth and just be disrespectful. You don't do that. You have to have manners. You have to have manners. You have to be respectful, okay? Because you never know. You just might get banned from your favorite country. You understand what I'm saying? When you've worn your welcome out, and you've created so much crime, so much disrespect, you never know, the president might just ban your ass right after the last one, let your ass right on in. You understand what I'm saying? Especially America, we got two-faced government. I keep trying to tell people that. Two faces. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker got 5 heads.
And people don't understand that. So look the black guy. You said next time use a bamboo stick. Hey family, I gotta get my brother EJ on to do that. EJ got the bamboo stick and he got it, cocked and ready. I don't have a bamboo stick, but I got a bat. I definitely got a bat. Salute the V for Vengeance. He said, check your email, big brother. I sent you an email. I'll definitely do that in a hot second. Let's go here real quick, family.
Y'all want to get up on this internet, Black Americans, and be like, oh, Labor Day is not about Caribbean people. This is our country. Go back to your country. This has to be race, by the way. You're worried about the wrong fucking thing. You talking about this is our country. Your president begs to differ.
African Americans built this nation. You built this thing. You built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
He doesn't even want you in the country. Don't even care that you were born here, David.
Birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore, that was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation.
If it was up to him, you'll be picking for.
And yada, 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 bitch. We don't want to fucking hear that fucking bullshit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? Y'all are in for a rude awakening if y'all don't fucking quit, bro. For real, for real. This technically, ethnically isn't y'all shit. Y'all think it is. And y'all never go back to your homeland. But y'all come here and talk all the shit in the world. You're not at liberty to talk shit to people who are actually ethnically from this country. But y'all gonna find out, bro. It's not gonna go the way y'all think it is, bro. Y'all in for a rude awakening and y'all need to fucking quit.
Salute to that brother right there, Leo Spell. My brother Damon Reeves, you just gave me a whole new arsenal because I got a full set outside right in my garage. So yeah, I can grab the 5 iron, I can grab the 9 iron, I grab a 4. I could beat him with something. You know what I mean? I can definitely beat him with something. Salute to Jalen. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Now, family, these folks love to talk about how our president don't like us and all this other stuff. And we've been saying for a long time, and salute to our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Much love to you as always. It's a pleasure. They love to talk about how they don't want us here and all this other stuff. And we've been telling them, whether they like us or not, they listen to the Black grassroots. They're putting their ear to the streets. And just recently, another example came out showing that the White House have been paying attention to the Black grassroots because I personally requested something and now something is happening. So let's go here real quick And then we'll go back over there to the goddamn documentary there. This is my post I posted yesterday. I said, if you don't think POTUS has an ear to the street listening to what the black grassroots is putting down, here's another example. Bar for bar. Let's see what happens. Now you see here, family, it says what? Is Trump considering blocking IT outsourcing to India? Aides say, make call centers American again. Well, family, back in, what was it? July, I made a post. And here it is. Right here. And it says what? POTUS. I'm going to need you to slap a tariff on any company that outsources labor out of the country. Make customer service American again. They took my line bar for bar and just changed it around a little bit. Make call centers American again. I said make customer service American again. So family, does that show you that they got an ear to the street? Somebody asked me yesterday when I posted this, well, how do you know that the president even saw it? To me, it don't matter whether he saw it or not. Somebody in his administration did. And not just that, whenever you tag the president of the United States inside of a post, you better bet your bottom dollar that the FBI, the CIA, and everybody else is checking what is being said about the president. So whether or not it got a lot of traction or a little bit of traction, somebody saw this and not only deemed it necessary to take over to Trump, but also deemed it necessary to use my line, make customer service American again, but just switched it up a little bit and put make call centers American again. So do not get it confused. Do not get it twisted in the very same way that Trump started saying Kamala ain't black when he heard the black grassroots talking about it. In the very same way that we were sitting there saying we need to get these people out of our communities. We want deportations. And he started running on deportations in a very same way that we said the 14th Amendment was for Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. He came out, started talking about what? The 14th Amendment was for the babies of slaves. So for all you tethers out there that don't understand what's going on, you better start peeping game. My sister cooking with Miss D. You crazy for that one. Mention to the president, no tariffs on bamboo sticks. Family, that might have to be my next post. That might have to be my next post. No tariffs on bamboo sticks. Make that a zero tariff. Exactly. That's another great point. Another great point, my sister Aquarius. She says those call centers are full of Kamala's people. Great point. Great point. Oh, another great point. Cherry Red, Kamala's lineage owns slaves from Jamaica. Just played in the 92% face. Well, that's on the 92%. We told them not to go out there voting for, and they wanted to be the 92%. And they found out. All right, family. Now that we done got through there, the where did this come from situation, I think we all can agree it came from them. And we're happy that they showed us their true colors. We're really happy. Because now we're under no disillusions about the situation. Let's go back over here.
I've lived in America most of my life. I've been in America longer than I was ever in my own country. I came here when I was 14 in 2008. I have I would be lying to say that this is my experience of Black Americans or Black America. Like, it's not. I don't think that Black Americans are exceptionally xenophobic. I think xenophobia and this kind of division is fed to us by colonizers. It exists in every Black community.
So it's not your people or people coming from outside of the country into our country with xenophobia. Everybody has xenophobia all of a sudden. But when you talk about these people outside of America, they're already xenophobic. The Haitian and the Dominican are xenophobic against each other. The African is xenophobic against other Africans, whether it's Nigerians in Ghana, Nigerians in South Africa, Nigerians anywhere. They're already xenophobic, so it's not the situation that people are bringing their xenophobic nature over here to us while trying to still maintain the benefits that they got from our fight. It's not that. It's the fact that everybody got some xenophobia. No, ho. No, it isn't.
In the entire Black globe, right? Because I was born and raised in the Bahamas, so I knew anti-Blackness and this kind of xenophobia from the jump because my daddy's Nigerian. So I knew how Bahamians treated and perceived Haitians and Nigerians and all of this. So I know.
Oh, so you already said you seen xenophobia before you got to America, but yet you can't bring it in yourself to tell us that that xenophobic traveled over here with the people who came here. You said you saw your Bohemian family in the Bahamians. Excuse me, I said that all wrong. Your Bahamian family, you seen them being xenophobic towards your Nigerian father. So there's xenophobic in the diaspora before they even get to America, the place where we didn't have xenophobia amongst each other. We opened the doors to bring more of you in. That's not xenophobic. Xenophobic means intolerant of another person's culture or a sexual preference or whatever. No, it's more culture. Homophobic is that. But anyway, xenophobic is the intolerant nature towards people's cultures. We've never been intolerant towards any of you cultures. Any of your cultures, excuse me. We've never been intolerant of any of you. We've accepted all of you into our communities. We fought for all of you while you were here up until recently. When something happened to a Bohemian that looks like you, we didn't say, hey, that's a Bohemian's problem. No, we was out there calling it out. While many of you would get mad at us for calling the white man out. Y'all talk about white supremacy too much. Everything isn't about race. That was you guys. Not you specifically, but it was the Black immigrant. Let's call a spade a spade.
Where it comes from. I know that this kind of like, this is a white supremacist idea that's intentionally been handed to us. And it isn't my experience that Black Americans exceptionally wield that, but it has risen in the last however many years. Because I don't think I ever once heard anybody tell me I wasn't Black. I never heard such a crazy nut ass thing like that. Like Africans and Caribbean people that are Black. Telling people it's so crazy, and having people tell you that you're not Black and they're Black because they descend from slaves who are from.
Notice how she's omitting the fact that we're saying you're not Black American. The fact that we're saying you're not foundational Black American. Because we descend from those enslaved here in America. We are the freedmen. They're omitting that. They're trying to make it just a conversation about flat Blackness. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about cultural.
Africa, but you are not black as an African. It's incredible.
And yet,
You do not have a history of oppression that goes back to slavery, goes back to Reconstruction, that goes back to sharecropping, Jim Crow, convict leasing. That's not your life. So you have to approach this election, Kamala, the same way a white woman would.
but Kamala Harris isn't a white woman. She is a black woman. I mean, as you can clearly see, she's black. Look at her. She's clearly black. She's doing black stuff.
Family, that's another thing that pisses me highly the F off. When you have people such as this ignorant dude here, Garrison, talking about she's black. Look at her. She's doing black stuff. What is black stuff? What is black stuff? You're taking a concept of what it means to be black in this country, and then you're putting it on like a freaking costume. Dancing to black music is not black stuff. Going to an HBCU does not make you a black woman. Locking up black women shows that you're not a black woman. Locking up real black women like our sister Cherie Peoples, shout out to her and much love to her, because her daughter didn't go to school, because she was in a hospital being treated for sickle cell anemia. That shows you're not black. Targeting black parents shows that you are not black. Keeping black men in jail for cheap slave labor shows you are not black. And that's why during the whole campaign with these people trying to convince us that Kamala was black, I, as a Californian and a foundational black American, I was one of the loudest people bringing up her history in California, her draconian policies in California. The fact that when she ran for attorney general in California, she ran as an Asian woman. And all the news reported her as the first Asian. Now, if you go back and try to find any of those articles, all those articles have been doctored. Now they didn't add it in African American and Asian. And she's not African American, because even then African American stems back to the slaves. So they've been trying to throw this woman into our goddamn culture for the longest. Doing black stuff does not make you black.
It's black people. It's so obvious. Wait, hold on. No. Is this a Kamala Harris highlight reel? I mean, look at her face right now. Wait a minute. That's not Kamala Harris. Who is that? Is that Haley Steinfeld? Light skin playing Mary and Sinners? No. What is she doing here? Oh my God. She will complicate the conversation. Hey, there was no elegant way for me to make this little detour that we've got to take, but we got to go over there. And so I'm just gonna say it. Light skins and passing. Yeah, we got to talk about that. To be abundantly clear, I don't think
No, we don't. I don't think you have the goddamn, you know what? Maybe we do, because he's going to bring in this one drop rule chick, and I got to respond to some of her talking points too.
that was getting at the color of Kamala Harris's skin at all, just to clear the air on that. But a number of recent events have reignited a conversation about the blackness of lighter-skinned black people, and I think we should talk about it. From TikTok trends, the Pope's ancestry, to, of course, Ryan Coogler's very successful vampire thriller Sinners. Among all of the discourse about the complexities of culture, religion, and life in the Jim Crow South that movie touched on, one of the topics of discussion was the question of whether or not the character Mary was black. The character, like Haley Steinfeld in real life, had black ancestry, but the character clearly walked through life as a white woman, what is historically known as passing. The history of passing is weird. It exists entirely because white people were so obsessed with race that they police whether or not a person had any black ancestry whatsoever. If so, the notorious one-drop rule would go into effect and qualify that person to face at least some of the social indignities of blackness, even if they looked white. I say some because there were certainly privileges to having lighter skin, that proximity to whiteness mattered. But all of this led to the rise of passing, when a person who otherwise would be considered white would actively or passively hide the fact that they had a black person in their family tree.
When you meet the guy from Pitt, don't tell him you're colored, okay? Don't tell him. Don't bring it up. You're neither one thing or the other.
My grandfather was African American and passed white.
Sometimes these people wouldn't even know that they had a black ancestor. They were like several generations into passing and genuinely thought that they were white. And maybe they were, I don't know. But of course, the investigators were out and the rumor mills were strong. At one point, white people were searching through obituaries to prove that white passing folks in their communities were actually mixed race and therefore black. Passing was
exactly, Retro Gemini. We don't do that colorism garbage. And that's why I really don't want to touch on this, but I'm going to have to touch on it because this one drop chick is going to make some talking points that we have to address.
Was precarious because it was frowned upon on both sides of the racial divide. Obviously, white folks didn't like it, but for some black folks, it felt like the passing person was ashamed to be what or who they really were.
I did pretty much all my life look at her and think, you look like a black woman to me. Wow. But it was not something that was really spoken about. Like, she then did tell me about some incidents of pretty ugly racism towards her and her father when she was a kid. And she told me that she asked him once and he just looked at the floor and said, you know, I did it all for you.
Fast forward to today, and all of this begs the question about whether or not light-skinned people with distant or diluted black ancestry are in fact black, or if they are missing some key experiential or ancestral component.
But I'm quite sure you could perhaps imagine that there have been times when folks have tried to revoke my card, right?
That's historian and legal scholar Martha S. Jones. As a fair-skinned black woman who studies and teaches black history for a living, I wanted her perspective on this tension.
You know, if your mother's white.
Family. He just called this woman a fair-skinned black woman. She admits herself that she is a product of the one-drop rule, which means there was some black ancestry at some point in her lineage. Obviously, that got washed out. She's been moving as a white woman, but now that we're having these conversations, they got to pull out the one-drop rule again. This is why we delineate. We are foundational black Americans. Because right now, they're just trying to make everybody black. No matter where you're from, if there's some blackness in you, if there's a drop, you are black. Salute to our family, Hurricane IQ in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here.
You're not black. You marry a white person. You're not, like all, we have many tests, and many qualifiers.
She recently wrote a book about the social complexities of her light skin and family history that I think captures the trouble of racial categories in America.
One of the things that this book gave me was, I think, a healthy sense of humor, right? About how twisted that is and how we are caught in a set of twisted logics, maybe even untruths, right, about who we are as humans, and we call that race.
I'm going to ask you straight up, like who gets to be black? Like, what qualifies a person to be black?
One way to capture my view is to say, there are no cards.
Notice the question that he asked her versus the question he asked Yvette Cornell. He asked Yvette Cornell about a specific person, Kamala Harris. He asked this white woman who claims to have black ancestry, who gets to be black. So now you're turning to somebody who openly says she's a product of the one-drop rule to ask her who gets to be black. I find that to be very interesting. Salute to our brother, our sister, Snatch Adams. I think that you're a brother with the name Snatch Adams. 69. Hold on. Make sure I'm correct. I need to make sure I'm correct in the chat. Put it in the chat for me, please, so I don't just be assuming, making an ass out of myself. Salute to our brother. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. If Kamala is black, why didn't she lobby Biden for an anti-black hate crime bill? Oh, good question, because, they sure did put out that the anti-Asian hate crime bill. Yeah. Instead of the ear-to-ear grin she had at the signing of the anti-Asian hate crime bill. Did she forget she was black? Fantastic question. Thank you for that. That is a brilliant question. That is something that should be answered. Brother, okay, cool. See, like I said, I'm not going to make an ass out of myself if I can help it anymore. You know what I mean? We ain't going to be doing no more assumptions. Don't bring your ass over here screaming, "I's a Negro." Absolutely. Oh, yeah, they put that Asian bill out ASAP. They didn't have no discussions. They didn't have no goddamn, what are they called? Panels, no get-togethers, no committees, nothing. They pushed that thing out 100% quicker than I've seen any bill hit the floor. And I mean any. Salute to our sister Crystal Watson. Thank you for your super sticker, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Family, let's let her continue.
There's nobody giving out cards. There's nobody, to snatch your card. You don't have a card.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely there's people to snatch your card. And I'll be one of those people. I will definitely snatch your card. Now, somebody else may give it back to you, but that card would be taken in my presence. You can go wherever you want to go, but you get away from me with that nonsense. Nobody can take your cards. There's no cards to give, no cards to be taken. Sure.
Because that metaphor, right, is about our self-policing and our self-regulation of blackness. Similarly, I don't think that the census gets to tell us who we are.
It's about us making sure coons aren't infiltrating our spaces. It's about coons not infiltrating our spaces. That's what it means to take somebody's black card. It's basically calling them a coon. It is not policing them. It's making sure people know that this person here is a detriment to our community. Salute the Volta. Thank you for being here, family. Let's answer your question, your statement. Any black person is black, not necessarily African American. And that's true. And we're not even claiming African American no more, but nobody else is going to be able to claim that because we're putting that to bed. We're not going to allow anybody else to claim our wins by claiming African American. So shout out for that, as well as shout out to FBA Friedman in the building. Much love to you. He's like Joy Reid, a flesh and blood bot, fake FBA perpetuating a fraud. Like I said, family, I don't know if he's FBA or not. I tried to do some digging on him and literally I couldn't find anything. But I'm pretty sure if he's not, it's going to come to hell out. Really, all this here is giving me Tether vibes, so I feel that 100-fold.
By virtue of its boxes and all the things. And so I think that blackness is a negotiation, right, between, our own histories, our own contexts on the one hand, and the kind of sociological norms that are swirling around. I'm a child of the one drop rule. I think you are not, right? You are a child of the mixed race possibility. And
a child of the mixed race possibility? Oh, so he's mixed or something. Okay, we're going to let her keep talking, but let me address this real quick. She says, blackness is a negotiation. Blackness is not a negotiation. Either you're black racially or you're black American, foundational black American ethnically. It is not a negotiation. We are not negotiating what it means to be black. Either you're racially black or you're ethnically black. One or the other. Or, in other cases, both. So be very clear with your nonsense. And I got to give a shout out to Star Child in the building. Much love to you, family. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And your comment. Thank you for this comment. AAVE is dead. Also, we're going back to Ebonics. Exactly. Exactly. Ebonics is a language and it's ours. Let's continue.
That means that my blackness will always be in some ways different from yours. And my blackness is unshakable.
I think that Dr. Jones makes a good point that the complexities of the human experience, blackness notwithstanding, are too varied to fall neatly into the rigid categories that make up race.
Salute to Christopher Ellis, and that is what it is. You ain't say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, black. Exactly. Exactly, family. It's called checking. Exactly. Ebonics, that's what it is.
I think gets to a deeper, far more existential question in this entire debate. The animating question in all of this is who gets to be a part of the group? But that question assumes that there is a group.
Whose group? Whose group? See, now they're trying to remove us as a distinct group in America. So now they want to try to throw everybody in and say, you know, either we're all a group or there's no group. Let's continue.
That there is some collective identity to gatekeep in the first place. Not to get all existential, but like, what is black? Who is black? Why is black? I asked Yvette if she saw value in collective black identity, if, in her estimation, the Pan-African solidarity exhibited by people of African descent across the globe was useful anymore.
I think the idea of blackness is antiquated. Let me just be honest. I think the idea of just African descent is antiquated, right? And what is the benefit? And what is the impact? And what impacts you most? You come from, if you say, I come from Africa, that's a continent, landmass, 54 countries. How are you in any way tied to Africa?
This really struck me. I found it to be incredibly interesting. And I respectfully disagree with Yvette on this point. It's actually something that Yvette said herself earlier in our conversation that helped to solidify my perspective on this. She was talking about the ADOS movement's policy platform on their website.
But we also have a transformative black agenda in terms of housing, in terms of environmental racism, in terms of every space where we need resources.
And in that portion of the conversation, she cited these two black experiences, the inherited experience and the lived experience of blackness.
Every space where we need resources. So I think when people try to understand us, and that.
Now, family, I got to say this. This is where it gets convoluted. When you try to make it about experiences, then either you're opening the door for people to say, well, I suffered from oppression in this country just like you. That's my lived experience. It has nothing to do with experience, family. If you're foundational Black American, that means your bloodline stems back to the slave fields. You are a freedman. We are not talking about lived experience because not every freedman lived the same experience. Some freedmen, their lived experience will be different from other freedmen. A middle class freedman family is not going to have the same experience as a poor freedman family. The high class freedman families don't have the same experience, lived experience, as the middle class freedman family. So the lived experiences, the experiences make no difference. It's about whether or not you have blood ties to the slave fields in America. It's not about experience. It's about lineage, bloodline. You're born in it. and you have to be born in this country. This is the reason why Drake isn't considered FBA to us, because he's culturally not FBA, even though he has an FBA lineage. Drake immigrated to the United States and then started getting around different people in our culture, mimicking them. People forget Drake is an actor. All he did was act. So those are the two criterias. You need to, one, have a tie to the slave fields of America. And I mean the United States of America. I'm not talking about the Americas as a whole, talking about North and South America. We're talking about one specific country, and that is the United States of America. We got to be very clear on that, because that's where where it gets very convoluted.
Part of it does include Black immigrants, because that is part of your lived experience in this country is discrimination. The inherited experience, though, of being Black American, which is ADOS, is only us. So that's who we are. That's what we stand for.
I think Yvette is 100% right. There is a unique inherited experience that I know all too well to be true in my family. My Nana, who is alive and well and as beautiful as ever, she worked as the help in the homes of racist white people in the 50s and 60s. Her parents were born to sharecroppers in rural Georgia, just a step away from slavery. When she was a little girl, she knew old people in their 80s and 90s who had been slaves. Her entire educational life was spent in segregated schools. She wasn't covered under the protections of the Fair Housing Act until she was almost 30 years old. And it's not just my grandparents. My parents were born into a segregated world. If we're being really real, I was born into a segregated world. And when I have kids, they are very likely to be born into a segregated world themselves.
That does not remove or negate the fact that your bloodline ties to the history of this country. Other people who come here that may share that experience don't have the same bloodline tie to the history of this country. Let's be very clear about that. Salute to Snatch Adams once again. I appreciate your super chat. I appreciate your contribution, family. Black ethnically, Black culturally, Black regularly, Black proudly, Black foundationally. Who is this dude? And where the puck is he from? Well, if his family was born to sharecroppers, on one side, it sounds like he said on his Nana side. So he may be ethnically mixed, to be honest with you. This is what it sounds like to me.
Those are the inherited or lineage-based realities that Yvette was referring to. I fully believe in my own agency, but I'm also aware that my life has been impacted, if not shaped in some ways, by the fact that my ancestors were enslaved and marked as permanently inferior. Those things have had compounding downstream consequences for access and wealth building and social dignity, just to name a few. But there is also, as Yvette points out, a lived experience of Blackness that isn't tied solely to ADOS lineage. Black immigrants may be shielded from some things, but in a racist country, the color of their skin also marks them for certain indignities.
And they chose to come to that racist country that they knew was going to mark them for certain indignities. It was a choice they made. We didn't make the choices that we made because we wanted to be in a country like America. We built this country, and our choices was made due to the targeting of the American government that sanctioned all of these injustices against us. They saw that and decided to bring their narrow asses over here to partake in that same system. So do not equate the two.
For example, my friend Errol, a Black man who is the son of Black immigrants from Jamaica. His parents came to America to get college degrees, something that 70% of Black Americans or ADOS people don't have, and many don't have access to. Now, don't get me wrong.
Excuse me? I'd like to see the statistics on those numbers. I like to see the statistics on those numbers. All of a sudden, 70% of FBAs don't have degrees or access to what? I'm gonna run it back so I don't misquote this man.
Certain indignities. Take, for example, my friend Errol, a black man who is the son of black immigrants from Jamaica. His parents came to America to get college degrees, something that 70% of black Americans or ADOS people don't have, and many don't have access to. Now, don't get me wrong, Errol's parents weren't.
Family, foundational black Americans have the most degrees out of any black person across the world. And some may dare say out of any group across the world. Now, whether that is true or not, that's debatable. But when you're talking about black people globally, foundational black Americans are the most educated. Even those who chose not to go to college. Because everybody comes here to America and starts from scratch when it comes to education. I don't even understand why he would say such a thing. Now, if he would have said, nope, even that would be wrong. I can't even, there's nothing that he could say in that situation to even clean this up. Exactly. And don't need degrees to prove FBA intelligence. I know a lot of intelligent people that didn't go to college, but are very, very not just intelligent, but strategic. And I'm telling you as somebody who's in a HBCU. Let's be very clear about that. A lot of brothers who didn't go to college, they think like they're chess players. Very strategic. They take the time to pick their next moves. So, yeah, I'm going to have to call that out. I'm going to call cap on that right here and right now. Salute to our sister, Faith Speaks Life. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And as always, I appreciate your contribution.
Wealthy or particularly privileged, but his parents were allowed into this country because they were seen as on the upswing. They were seen as potentially valuable. And yet, his Jamaican heritage didn't save him from being racially profiled when we got pulled over by an aggressive cop in the backwoods of Tennessee during our time in college together. Errol's Jamaicanness wasn't a consideration when Georgia Republicans closed polling precincts in his majority black neighborhood, which is why West Indian and African black folks stood side by side with black Americans.
Oh, family. Our brother Malcolm X spoke about this. I'm going to have to play one of the start clips. So bear with me for a second.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, sir, this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No,
the
problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he can speak Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What?
So, family, everything that this man is saying, our brother Malcolm X has already addressed that. That's it. Like, this is what makes me think a lot of these people don't study our elders. These people don't study our greats, the people that we stand on the shoulders of, because they keep on bringing out the same nonsensical talking point that our elders dealt with 50, 60 years ago. The exact same talking points. The talking points haven't even changed. I didn't even have to debunk them. Malcolm debunked him decades after he was already put in the grave. Tell me we don't have greatness in our lineage. And tell me that we shouldn't be protecting that greatness. Salute Queen Yasmin. Thank you for being here, my sister. And yes, I agree with this too. Many of us choose not to be indoctrinated. See, there's a difference between education and indoctrination, and we're not allowing indoctrination. I don't believe they do any research. Neither do I, brother. I'm be honest with you. I don't believe any of these people do any real research. And if they do, they omit that information because it doesn't fit their narrative. Black power? Absolutely. Black power. What's the concern here? Are you confused about my name? Are you confused about the fact that we speak about black empowerment here? What are you confused about? Say it loud. We black and we proud over here. And I mean ethnically black and proud. Let's hear what your question is. And while we wait on that, let's go back here.
American civil rights leaders to fight for the rights of all black people in America. Stokely
Family, they brought out Stokely Carmichael, somebody who's respected, but at the same time, when things got hot, what happened with Stokely Carmichael? Anybody in the chat, let me know what happened with Stokely Carmichael as soon as it got too heated for him over here in America. Anybody, just throw it out. I know you know. Pew! Run, run, run. He dipped. He left. He ran. He fled. Flip, flee. He turned his back. A Jamaican's dream job is to become a police officer with a gun in an American city with a large FBA population. I believe that, family. I don't doubt that at all. But yeah, family, that's their go-to. They love to bring up Stokely Carmichael. Let's let them continue.
Carmichael or Kwame Ture, for example, wasn't ADOS, but he understood the importance of black solidarity and black power, which is notable because it isn't lost on me that some black immigrants do come to America having absorbed white supremacist narratives about black Americans. What is the utility of a collective black identity?
There's so much, right? Like in a commonsensical way, right? Like power in numbers, power in voice, power in being able to ask, to be able to leverage for things, right? I think now is a better time than ever before for us to address it and maybe put a halt to these kinds of conversations in the community and recognize how a lot of this is steeped in white supremacy and an American exceptionalism. And
the same white supremacist talking points. Us protecting our lineage, gatekeeping our lineage is now rooted in white supremacy and American exceptionalism. Family, we was already excellent before these people, and we're going to be excellent without them. We don't need power in numbers because we got things done on our own without you people before you even got or touch foot on the soil here. So all the people who's running around here talking about what are you going to do if we all leave? You're just a small group. And we as a small group change the dynamic of this country on our damn own. Now tell me I'm wrong. But you can't, because I'm not. All allies lie. And in the middle of it, shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D. We don't need no allies. When you look at it and split it in the middle, what do you see? All lies. And I say this all the time. All allies lie. Because they would be showing you and not trying to tell you that they're allies. They wouldn't be trying to swerve the conversation to whatever fits their narratives as allies. Flee Force Ones, I am so amused. Exactly, my sister. We got each other's back, and that's all we need. Dr. Claude Anderson been telling us that. Leverage to ask for ish. Immigrants get enough unearned benefits. Exactly, my sister. Exactly. As a matter of fact, family, they've gotten so much. They've been so damn spoiled. They out here demanding that they get more resources as illegals. Now, I'm sure there was some immigrants out there as well, but let's go here real quick, family. Take a quick little detour. We're going to take this quick little detour.
Right now, you have Black immigrants demanding more government assistance from New York City. Check this out.
They're here to show you that they belong and that they are here and that they should not be erased. Please listen to them.
These migrants are also up in arms over language access barriers and temporary shelters, saying 30 days isn't long enough. This mother and her 2 kids have been staying at the Humanitarian Relief Center at Floyd Bennett Field, but she says the city should be providing more assistance.
What I expect to have like help from American people, I did not see that.
What happened to Black immigrants being self-sufficient and not dependent on any government assistance? They're demanding more resources from New York City. Oh, extend the stay in the shelters. 30 days is not enough. You heard them, right? Then they had the audacity to say that New York City is trying to erase Black immigrants. Where was this advocacy when Black Americans were being erased out of New York City? See, what happened is they ushered in these Black immigrants and gave them all types of government assistance and support, and did not offer that same resources to the Black Americans that were out migrated from New York City. That's what happened. Black immigrants came in, they got all this government assistance while the Black Americans were neglected because it's expensive to live in New York City. So now they're advocating for more government resources. Where was this advocacy for the Black Americans?
Family, if you want to talk about spoiled, oh, that's definitely being spoiled. Overly spoiled. Salute ADG. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Let's get back over here.
One that is meant not to help us, because now you have a white, that's what it's based in. It's these white supremacists who want to divide the Black community, right?
I actually encountered the ADOS movement for the very first time about 5 years ago. I was at the June 2019 congressional hearing on reparations in Washington, D.C. The hearing was led by the late Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who was an outstanding...
Wait a minute. Wait a cotton picking minute. Are you telling me that you were at the god dang reparations hearing and saw your Kansas Owens, your Can't Dance Owens, and your Coleman Hughes Cruz, two Caribbean tethers, go up there and actually speak against our reparations claim? But yet you're still doing this video as if we're the xenophobic ones? As if you don't understand the absolute need to segregate and delineate from all these type of people? Oh yeah. I'm starting to believe that other parent is a tether. I'm starting to believe that tether is seeping out of him. That's what I believe. I believe the tether is seeping out of him. He might have some FBA lineage, but those talking points are tetherish if I ain't never heard it. If I ain't never heard it. Whoo-wee. He probably should have left this one out. Exactly. Invoices on that tether. And then the next thing he does is go and give a grand salute to Sheila Jackson Flee. You know, the woman that I personally was walking down every chance I got. Every time she came around, I was walking her down. Oh yeah, you're definitely, I smell a tether. I smell a tether. And what do you call a half tether, half FBA? Do we call them tether coons? Coonin tethers? A Sam tether? We got to figure out a term for a half-breed who exhibits coon and tetheristic ways. We definitely need that.
Hearing on reparations in Washington, D.C. The hearing was led by the late Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who was an outstanding
a tetherite. Hey, you know what? That might work. A shine bone tether. Shine bone tethers. Oh, Jesus Christ. He ID. I think he's half good. Guyanese. Guyanese. Excuse me. Oh man. Well, if he is, that Guyanese, that is seeping out. One drop tether. Tethercrats and tether cans. I'm loving this. Tether trader. And I'm with you. Get them out, Trump. Get them all out. All these tethers need to go. Let's go back here. Oh no, didn't want to do that.
Congressional hearing on reparations in Washington, D.C. The hearing was led by the late Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who was an outstanding advocate for Black people and was the child of Jamaican immigrants.
No, she wasn't. See, while Sheila Jackson Lee was running around with the Congressional Caucus and all of the Caribbean, that are in the Congressional Coon Caucus, they were running around here getting things passed for the Caribbean. Do y'all remember when the Congressional Coon Caucus took a trip to the Caribbean off of tax dollars to build infrastructure, to talk about building infrastructure, and gave them millions of dollars? When have you ever seen any of that happen in the Black community under Sheila Jackson Lee, the tether? Tell me, when did Sheila Jackson Flee actually do something outside pushing a dead bill that meant nothing? That was a nothing burger. It was all for optics. It was all about optics. A feather. A half tether, a feather. Oh, that's good. I love that. He's a tetheroon. Oh, that's even better. That's even better, my sister. A tetheroon. A tetherist. Rest in peace, Jackson Flee. Much love to her, brother. Yes. We know what Sheila Jackson Lee did and did not do. So you're not going to come out here and make it seem like she was just a champion for us. She wasn't. And every time I asked her about us, she tried to make it about everyone else. Do I need to play some of the clips? I don't have them set up, but I'll play some clips. Matter of fact, let me let him finish talking, and I'll find a clip and play it.
Ta-Nehisi Coates was one of the panelists at this hearing, and he said something extraordinary that I think about often.
There is no way to get out of this. There is no way of escaping this without a direct confrontation.
He was responding to the toxic and divisive rhetoric that pits Black immigrants and native-born Black Americans against each other.
Pointed out that Black Bostonians of American ancestry had a median household wealth of $8, but Caribbean ancestry had $12,000 of wealth. Talks to the disparity. I just wonder if you'd comment on the implications of that.
And so, for instance, it was just said by one of my fellow committee members that there is a difference between the incomes of Caribbean Black immigrants and native Blacks. This is true. It's also quite understandable.
It's a fact that Black immigrants on average have better economic and educational outcomes than your average native-born Black American. That is a fact. But what Coates is saying is that there are other factors at play.
People who come to America to pursue opportunity generally tend to do better than the masses of a whole group that have been here. This is true of all immigrants, so this is not particularly surprising. But what happens when you look at that second generation? What happens when you look at that third generation of Caribbean Blacks? In fact, unlike all other groups, they quickly become African-American Blacks in terms of their other statistics. Why is that? It's the way.
Family, them squandering the opportunities that was given to them has nothing to do with us. And that was one of the things about this Ta-Nehisi Coates dude that I really did not like during this hearing. Him trying to equate those folks to us as if they wasn't given the leg up. We have never been given a leg up. So it don't matter what their generations after generations become within 3 generations. They're still the children of immigrants who do not equate to the people who built this country and whose ancestors, blood, sweat, and tears reside in the soil of it. Salute to ADG. Thank you for your super chat, family, supporting the work. I appreciate you, and your donation is blessed tenfold, family, and I appreciate your contribution. Much love to you. Let me go here real quick since he was talking about Sheila Jackson Flee. Like I said, I'm not the one to freaking play this game with. Let's go here. For Sheila Jackson Lee, and that's why she's tired of me.
As you well know, in order to get where anybody wants to do, I don't disagree with anyone, because I'm just there to move a vehicle forward so you can get where you need to be. We've got to get people to understand it and move it.
Now, notice, I forget the Senator Burns or something like that. I'm forgetting his name. But notice how he tried to come over there and walk her away from me as I'm holding her feet to the fire about reparations and a policy for foundational Black Americans. This is me at my college. She came to my college, gave away $50 million for some sort of programs. What is it? What was it for? I'm spacing on the the program that they said it was for, environmental programs. And everybody has an opportunity or had an opportunity to draw from that $50 million, not just Black Americans. So while they were there, I held her feet to the fire, not just her, but Representative Ron Reynolds as well, the man who disappeared like Batman. But notice how this senator is trying to pull her away from us, well, me personally, while I'm trying to hold her feet to the fire about reparations and policies for foundational Black Americans. Because I told them, if y'all don't bring us any type of policies, if y'all don't bring reparations, the Democrats will lose in 2024. And what happened to the Democrats in 2024? They lost. Salute to Snatch Adams for becoming a member. Much love to you, and thank you for your contribution, family. Much love. Let's let it finish.
I think everybody's getting things done without any type of research or anything. They're just getting funding and policy. We're the only people that's not getting funding and policy now.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, but it's a sad day for Sheila Jackson Lee. You saw how she basically just wrote me off? You saw how he pulled her away? They don't give a damn about Black empowerment. They don't give a damn about getting us our reparations. It's always been a carrot on a stick. It's been us moving the vehicle forward, as she tried to say. It was her there to do so. You haven't been moving the vehicle. We've moved the vehicle further than you have ever done. And the whole time you've been in god dang office, you didn't move that vehicle whatsoever. In 10 years, we moved the vehicle further than any of these people. Further than any of them. And as a matter of fact, hold up.
You got a line full of powerful people here. How about a hate crime bill for Black Americans? We suffered through the most hate crimes out of everybody.
That's the senator right there, Senator Boris Miles. We had the House Whip, Catherine Clark there. Councilwoman Lolita Plummer was there. Representative Ron Reynolds was there. And I was sitting there standing on FBA business. None of these folks, none of them really wants us to have reparations.
How about a hate crime bill?
There's
a lot of money getting thrown around and nothing representing us.
And we need you all to come and do a little celebratory in front of Dr. Bullock real quick. Go ahead. Come on.
It's not going to change the topic now.
Come on. We don't want to be left out. You just come up. Yeah, that's why I come out here just a little bit.
What about Black Americans now?
Okay. Thank you.
Don't shush me now.
One of the coons in the crowd shushed me and I had to bang on her. Don't shush me, man. I'm here representing the Black grassroots. Do not shush me. And you see, she had these cheerleaders come out in front of who? In front of me. Let's be very, very clear. They had cheerleaders there because they do that every time Sheila Jackson Lee came to Texas Southern University, which is the college that I'm at. They always have some sort of the cheerleaders there to welcome, or they have the band there to welcome. This is what they do. So then they bring in the cheerleaders to try to, hey, pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to what he's saying in the time that he's speaking about foundational Black Americans. Let's run that back.
Don't shush me now. Don't shush me. I'm here representing the black grassroots and this school. We deserve our say too, and we deserve policy.
Like I said, we deserve our say too, and we deserve policy. So when we're talking about people such as, not this dude here, but Garrison, and you uplifting Sheila Jackson Lee, yeah, that shows me 100% fold that you are a tetheroon all day. Exactly. The congressional black talkers. And absolutely, my sister. And the vehicle is still moving. Let's get back over here.
Weight of history is the implicit idea that is codified in our laws, in our criminal justice system, in the very places that we live to this very day. There is no way to get out of this. There is no way of escaping this without a direct confrontation, without HR 40, the very reason we're here.
I find that remarkable. The point is that the totality of my immigrant friends' black experiences are different from mine, no doubt, but they are still black experiences in ways that overlap with mine. And what Coates is explaining is that that overlapping area gets bigger and bigger with every generation. So much so.
No, it does not. They become more and more Americanized. It does not change any of the fact. Their bloodline does not tie to ours. Their oppression is and was purely a decision that their parents made when they came over here. They chose to become American. So they chose to go into an oppressive system. It never overlaps. The only thing that overlaps is the fact that we're black, all of us.
That overlap with mine. And what Coates is explaining is that that overlapping area gets bigger and bigger with every generation. So much so that within just a few generations, our outcomes are the same. Precisely because the negative outcomes that get...
Your outcomes ain't the same because you didn't have to live through this systemic oppression generation through generation through generation through generation through generation, and you built the country. We are not the same. And I think we can end this documentary bull stuff right here because I got some things to show you guys real quick. Because we are not the same. No goddamn immigrant went through any of the things that we went through systemically. Let's go here. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me throw this up in it.
Now to a News Nation exclusive investigation into a secret government experiment that was carried out in St. Louis. Residents tell us they still remember a mysterious fog. Children would run through it. Mothers would try and close their windows against it. For decades, they all had questions, and now we're seeking answers. The United States Army now admits that it sprayed a chemical that contained cadmium, a known carcinogen, on a neighborhood of more than 10,000 people. Critics say this was done with no warning and no consent. Well, tonight we return to the site of that demolished neighborhood and speak with former residents who believe the government turned them into human test subjects. Although the Army admits that the test happened, it is not admitted to harming the residents. News Nation's Natasha Zubez investigates what was in the fog and why the truth may still be buried.
The fog drifted through the streets like a ghost.
That's exactly what it looked like, a thick fog. It was summertime, it was hot. We would just run through it as fast as we could and try to just cool ourselves off. It stuck to you.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
It wasn't the weather. It was an eerie smoke descending from rooftops, rolling from the backs of trucks.
Regular flatbed truck, but it had a big machine on the back, and it had a big nozzle that really sprayed a fog you couldn't even see through. It was that thick, and it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit, and they had masks and goggles.
In the 1950s and 60s, in secret, the U.S. Army sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide into the air of a St. Louis housing project, a largely black neighborhood called Pruitt-Igoe.
It was a lose-lose situation for us in Pruitt-Igoe. We were subjects
We were subjects.
They didn't ask for our permission. We didn't ask for them to spray us. My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
We're standing at where Pruitt-Igoe used to be here in St. Louis, and it's hard to believe more than 10,000 people used to live here. As we bring our drone up, you can see it's mostly just an empty lot now, overgrown with trees. This used to be filled with 33 high-rise buildings. It was all demolished in 1976. And according to the National Research Council, St. Louis was chosen for spraying experiments because it had similar characteristics to Soviet targets like Moscow in terms of population density and terrain and proximity to a river. The government now admits to a secretive series of Cold War tests, including one dubbed large area coverage. More than 30 tests conducted across the US and Canada, spraying zinc cadmium sulfide from planes, rooftops, and vehicles to simulate how a biological attack might spread, all to prepare for potential warfare against the Soviets.
Many of us been in the military and had top secret clearances. We know how it works. We have died for America. We have fought for America.
You are a veteran.
I am United States Air Force veteran.
Dr. Starks, you're a veteran as well.
Yes, I'm an Air Force veteran also.
Is there a sense of betrayal here?
Definitely, definitely.
They want to know if those secret tests have anything to do with what they're observing with their own eyes.
I lost my 2 older siblings because I lost a brother last month.
I've been diagnosed recently with a rare form of lymphoma.
I had cancer of the left kidney, had partial removal of my left kidney.
News Nation reached out to the Army for answers. They provided a one-page response. It says the Army's own Center for Health Promotion and Preventive Medicine investigated in 1994 and found inhalation exposure would not pose a health risk. They also cite later corroborating reviews, including a 1997 review by the National Research Council. Perhaps they assumed we wouldn't read the NRC's 380-page report, but we did, and the Army's statement doesn't show the full picture. In that 1997 review, the National Research Council explicitly says repeated exposure to zinc cadmium sulfide can cause kidney or bone toxicity or lung cancer if levels are high enough. And they admitted they couldn't fully assess the risk. Why? Because some Army records remain classified, it says, for national security reasons. More troubling, key Army exposure records were missing. And when the NRC asked the Army to supply them, the Army said it couldn't find them. Finally, the NRC considered conducting its own study, but concluded it wasn't feasible. In short, it did not test the site, collect samples, or test residents, and they didn't have access to all the data. Their review was based on what the Army gave them and what the Army either could not find or withheld. The Army ends its statement to News Nation by saying, quote, none of the reports contained evidence of a radioactive component to the zinc cadmium sulfide dispersion tests. Residents say the secrecy and delays are no accident.
They're waiting us out. They're waiting on all of us to die.
But that's not even the whole story, as residents demand to know what else could have been in that spray.
They have not come clean with what was in there.
Do you believe that it was just zinc cadmium sulfide in that spray?
No.
We go to the source, a researcher who has spent decades declassifying government documents about these tests. Do you believe the U.S. government sprayed some kind of radioactive material on the residents of St. Louis? I believe that they did. And the government's surprising response to our request to declassify information.
I mean, what the hell?
Plus, renowned activist Aaron Brockovich weighs in. Do you think there's been a lie here, a cover-up here?
It sure looks that way.
The residents are asking for an apology from the government for being experimented on. They are asking for compensation for health studies for themselves and their children. They're also asking for transparency. They want the government to release all the documents about the spraying. So, Elizabeth, tomorrow night on your show, we will go on a journey to try to declassify the one government document that a key researcher tells us she has never been able to expose. And we take the investigation to Aaron Brockovich. For the
This is FBA. These things from the Tuskegee experiment all the way out have always been done to FBAs. We are not the same. We are not the same. And these people would love to make it seem like we are the same. We are not the same. They're not like us. Kendrick brought that for a reason, because we ain't out here doing no nonsense like this.
You're the light, you're the night.
We're not out here begging the oppressor for hugs. We're not out here begging people to hug us if they're not racist. We understand a hug means nothing. They will hug you. They will even have sex with you and have children with you and still be 100% racist. And these people don't understand that. We've been fighting the Nabisco and we continue to fight the Nabisco. These folks don't want to fight the Nabisco. They want hugs from the Nabisco. They want love from the Nabisco. They want a little pat on the head. I wish you would hug me. Salute the Star Child. This is how you know this is our land. They've been trying to get rid of us off our land. Absolutely. Absolutely. Give me a second to take a drink of water, because y'all didn't seen that, right? I'm gonna play this next clip while I drink this water, because I'm showing you guys this is not us. We're not the same. We are two distinct, different groups of people all over the world. Not even two distinct. We're all distinct groups. Because I'm not just talking about the African, I'm talking about people in the diaspora as well. We're all distinct groups. Let's go here while I get my drink of water.
Bush meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. And we got your attention. The feds aren't mucking around with this.
Customs and Border Protection, they seized back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of rodent meat in someone's luggage. And a couple days later, they found 52 pounds of monkey meat snacked away.
Oh, that's gross.
The faces say it all. Oh, well. What do you think of that? That's disgusting. Back-to-back seizures of bushmeat at Detroit Metro Airport in 1 week. First, 11 pounds of rodent meat in the bags of a passenger coming from Togo in West Africa.
That is not appetizing at all, I would say. I do like red meat, though.
And next up, the headliner, Customs and Border Protection uncovering 50.
Family, the Nabisco says that does not look appetizing at all. I do like red meat, though. Even the Nabisco said, nah, that's a step too far for me. But let's let it continue.
52 pounds of primate meat.
That's a lot of monkey meat. My goodness.
The passenger claimed it.
The Nabisco kids. My goodness.
Passenger claimed it as antelope meat, but the monkey meat coming from Central Africa, possibly this little guy or that sun-tailed monkey.
It looks tasty.
You're lying.
No, it looks good.
You eat that.
I'd eat it.
You're kidding.
I'm kidding.
Customs and Border Protection says primate seizures are very rare. The rodent packer and the monkey meat smuggler slapped with a $300 fine each. The not so funny part, this kind of bushmeat has a serious risk of carrying some scary diseases which can wreak havoc in humans.
I know all cultures and customs, they have different foods that they eat, but it's not something that appeals to me.
Family. Exactly. What in God's name? We don't do this type of stuff. Culturally, we don't do this type of stuff. Salute JoJo1. Thank you for being here. People got some illness for bushmeat about a decade ago. Exactly. These things causes Ebola and all kinds of stuff. That's disgusting. Salute to Snatch Adams. The amount of Nabiscos trying to suddenly greet me and say hi to me and get my attention has grown 100-fold, but I'm royalty, and I ignore them, as you should, family, as you should. Yes, monkey meat. The little Nabisco boy said, oh Lord, we're not the same. These folks run around wanting to be the Nabisco. They want to intermingle and have babies with the Nabisco. They don't want black babies. They want Nabisco kids. They don't have any jars for that meat. Bush meat destroys your Majora spirit. Well, we ain't got to worry about that. They got to worry about it, and really, they ain't got the Majora spirit. So we're good. We're good. Oh, my bad, Black are you? You lost your appetite. I wasn't trying to do that to your family, but I'm just trying to hammer home the point when I say we are culturally different. These people want to talk about bringing white supremacist talking points. Y'all literally wants to be with white supremacists. Y'all want hugs from white supremacists. Y'all want love from the white supremacists. Let's go here. They want babies from the white supremacists.
Say a black American wants to talk to you. Would you not talk to them because they're black? I mean, dating.
Dating? I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to waste his time.
So even a black American, you got an American, you would still say no.
I would still say no.
Okay.
Literally, and deep in me, I also want to have mixed babies. That's my
Okay,
dream.
let's talk about that. Why do you want to have mixed babies?
I feel like okay. I don't want to say it out.
No, say.
I like mixed babies because I think it's my preference.
Do you think because
I've seen them like I like their hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
do you have, sorry for being so blunt, do you have self-hate because you are dark skinned that you'd wish to have children who look different from you, their mother? Sorry for being blunt. I'm just saying.
Oh, it cannot be hatred. It's just a preference. It's just like someone saying, are you a vegetarian, or you don't like, or you eat chicken. You just a vegetarian. It's not a problem. That's a choice.
Hey, family, she said it herself. That's her preference. That's her choice. She wants white zaddy. And what do you think is going to happen when she finds a white zaddy to put one of them white Nabiscos inside of her? She's going to take on his mannerisms of what? Racism, anti-blackness. She's already anti-black. She don't want to say she's anti-black or hate herself. But that's exactly what she said by saying, I don't want to have kids with another black person. We understand the psychology behind it. But it's not just that, family. It's not just that. We also got to talk about the people in their own countries saying that they should be giving the country back to the white man. Let the Nabisco have it. Family, there's literally a woman online right now running around saying they should give Nigeria back to the British. Let's go here, family.
We need to give Nigeria back to the white man. I think like instead of this whole like creating new political parties, instead of doing all of that, like just take a good look at the economy, especially compared to how it was whenever we were colonized, and just hand it over to the white man. And I don't even think that like there needs to be any like struggle. I think that we as the next generation should just look around and be like, this is not working. It's not. And second of all, the fact that like we even still call the country Nigeria, literally the word Nigeria was made up by some white man, and we still call ourselves Nigerian. The fact that English is still widely spoken, and not even that, the fact that English is our national language, the official language of Nigeria, is insane. You guys fought for independence for what? For what? Like, and you're still, I don't know, it's honestly kind of embarrassing at this point. Give the country back to the white man, please.
Family, do you hear any of our youth saying, let the white man run everything? Or do you hear our family out here actually speaking like foundational Black American adults, talking about reparations, talking about policies, talking about the over-policing in our neighborhoods, and all the things they hear us talking about? Do you hear us sounding like that? Or do you hear us sounding like revolution? But they want to talk to us about us sounding like white supremacists. You literally have people talking about give the country to the supremacists. And she said, I don't even think there should be a fight. We should just come together as the next generation and just give it up. We don't talk or move like that. And these are the people that are being brought into the country. These are the people that they're trying to say, we're all Black, so there shouldn't be a problem. But they're bringing that type of thinking over here. And we're supposed to stay quiet. Oh, no. Like I said, we stand on the shoulder of giants. We don't stand on the shoulder of fleers. These people want to give away their land so bad. It don't matter whether it's the Nabisco Or, hold up, let me pull this up real quick. Or it's the Chinaman. Let's go here. This is Ghana.
Yaifal in Japan. Japan Yaifal. Japan Yaifal. Ah, masyarakat. Japan Yaifal. Sering tuba. Jarama. Kasih bagus. Yaifal in Japan. Japan Yaifal. Japan Yaifal. Japan Yaifal. Ah, masyarakat. Japan Yaifal. Sering tuba.
Family, these people are so happy to be around their oppressors. We've never, ever wanted to be around the oppressor. We wanted equality. We wanted equal opportunity. We wanted funding in our situations. Hell, if we would have stayed segregated and they would have just gave us for proper funding, we would have been better off, to be honest with you. But they gave us this goddamn tricative civil rights, integrated us, and then just stripped the funding of every area we've been in. These people want to be around those people. They would rather have them own their countries than to run them themselves, or to fight to get their corrupt people out of office. Exactly, my brother Damon. He said FBA's want our own shit. Exactly. That's all we've ever wanted. And even Malcolm X, Martin Luther King became more like Malcolm X before he died. And his famous quote, "I have integrated my people into a burning house." Exactly, my sister. They're lazy. Like they try to call us. They don't want to do the work. China would never let that happen to their country, not even from other Asian people. And that is a fact. Asian bushmeat, nasty work. Oh, yes. Much love to that. Self-hate. Absolutely. Self-hatred. Family, all we're saying is we're not going to allow people to come out talking for us and speaking for our lineage who are not of our lineage. That's it. That's all. What's so hard to conceptualize about that? What's so damn hard to conceptualize about that? And let's talk Kamala for a second. It's gotten so bad for her out in California right now. They didn't strip the LAPD away from Kamala. You know, they were protecting her, I guess. Let's go here real quick.
Kamala thought she was safe, but LAPD dropped her like she was hot. They was like, we're no longer providing security for you. And it didn't stop there. They went in hard on her. Check this out. The Los Angeles Protective League, which is the union for the LAPD, said that, hey, we thought this was nuts from the beginning and y'all wasting taxpayer dollars for this. But they go on to say, we are happy to report that we will no longer be providing security for a multimillionaire failed presidential candidate. The gravy train was good while it lasted, but we're pulling out. Damn, they care more about protecting the immigrants than Kamala. That's crazy. Slap to the face. Why did they have to read her like that? They just aired her out like, yeah, you're a failed presidential candidate. We're not providing no more security for you. Besides, we have other, high-driven crime areas that our police officers need to attend to because they're trying to do this crime reduction program in the San Fernando Valley, and they were grabbing police from that program. So they was like, no, we're gone. I wonder what they have to say about this because it seemed like, Karen Bass and California is more interested in protecting immigrants than Kamala.
Now, while we on our brother, this brother Donnie's page, Donnie on Timeout, salute to him. I want to play another clip because, like I said, what we're saying for the most part is that we're not allowing any other group to speak on our interests at all. And shout out to Donnie because once again, he's calling that out as well. This is Stephen A. Smith, the Tether, talking to Ben Shapiro about foundational Black Americans.
America's not what it used to be. Wouldn't you see that? You wouldn't see that.
I think that America is in many ways better than ever was. I mean, I think that name a time in American history that was better for, say, Black Americans.
I can't. Stephen A. Smith cannot speak for Black Americans. He's a Caribbean. When has things been bad for Black immigrants in America? Hell, they didn't even have to fight to come over here. Black Americans fought for them to come over here. The Immigration and Nationality Act of 1964-65. Black Americans fought for that, right? So immigrants come over here, Black immigrants come over here and take advantage of all the opportunities that they never even had to sacrifice or fight for. Those rights didn't fall out of a coconut tree, right? And then you have Joy Reid just said that she took full advantage of the sweat, blood, and sacrifices of Black Americans.
As many times as I have been called DEI or an affirmative action.
Hold on, JoJo one. She is the former president of the United States. It is so racist to pull her security. No, it's not, because police officers aren't personal security, no matter who you are. She's supposed to have Secret Service. And because of the fact that she's not in Washington, she's in California, Gavin Newsom should be giving her Secret Service. That's what it is. It's not racist to take away police officers that wasn't supposed to be her security in the first place. And yes, I understand Trump pulled the Secret Service. I understand that, but Gavin Newsom, he can put Secret Service from California onto her. She's no longer in Washington, really. So, hey, what does she need the Secret Service in Washington for? She needs the Secret Service where she lives. And since she lives in California, that's where she needs to be getting her Secret Service from. But getting police officers from her, are taking the police officers from her, that's a good call. Because police officers aren't meant to be protection for one individual. That was the problem with that other mayor. I'm forgetting her name. They called her the worst mayor. Dang it, what's her name? She came out dressing like Nino Brown. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. Out there in shoot, I'm so spacing on this. But yeah, there was already an issue with that chick who came out dressing like Nino Brown, using all those police officers as personal securities. Tiffany Hingard, thank you very much, my brother Jesse. When Tiffany Hingard was using the police department as her personal security, that was wrong. Yeah, the mayor of Dalton, thank you very much. So yeah, it isn't racist to take away the police. Now, Trump doing it, we already know Trump is a racist. But he couldn't take the Secret Service away from, he has authority to take the Secret Service away from a vice president, but not a former sitting president. That's why he didn't take it away from Biden. But if he could, family, I'm pretty damn sure he would take it away from Biden too. But let's let this brother Donnie finish real quick.
And all that. You know what I never get? Man, because I actually am very much in favor of DEI. I don't take that as an insult. If you say, oh, you're an affirmative action person, I got Harvard, like, yeah, I got to do Harvard affirmative action, and Yale, and Brown, and also, Vassar, University of Denver.
So when did they have to fight for anything, right? He's not qualified to speak on the behalf of Black Americans. When was it, the worst time for Black Americans, or when was it the best time for Black Americans in America? Because he's not a Black American. Black immigrants come over here, get cell phones, get free government assistance. Some of them this is the first time they ever had their cell phone. This is the first time they ever had access to a pair of Jordans that they did not fight for or make any sacrifices for. So what are you talking about? How can you even respond to that question in the name of a Black American?
Family, we're not allowing people to come out speaking for us anymore. Y'all know that Godfrey, he used to run around here talking about and pulling the cards of all those tethers out there, letting them know that you wouldn't be able to be here if it wasn't for Black Americans. And, I gave him a lot of love for doing that. I was one of the people to say, if you don't want to be called a tether, make sure you're calling out your tethers, right? So Godfrey used to do that. And then Godfrey, he kind of took a little turn. he took a little turn. Shout out to Marcel Dixon for posting this clip here that we're about to play. This is from 2 years ago, where Godfrey went on some podcast talking about how people were going after Warnock when he was running, asking him what is he going to do about reparations and black policies. And this is what Godfrey had to say about that.
And he was like, he kind of ignored it. But I didn't judge him from that because it was the wrong time for that. And he was answering other questions, and he's like, "What about reparations, man? Like, what the fuck is he gonna do about it?
You don't do that
like,
in Georgia.
You don't do that when I'm walking on the bus.
You don't do that in Georgia,
right?
For the senator,
right? The
like,
guy, and it was a black reporter said, "So, I'm out here trying to disturb you or not, man. What you gonna do about reparations and black people getting paid and shit? And what's gonna happen with that? Please tell me, please answer, because I'm gonna call you a sellout." He was like, "Anyway, guys, thank you. I appreciate it." But I didn't get mad at him for that because.
Of course you wouldn't, because you're not of the damn lineage, fool. You sitting here thinking that it wasn't the time or the place. It's beyond me. Why do you think you get to say or have a say as of to where the right time and the right place is when they're coming to our communities to get our votes? That person did the right thing by holding his feet to the fire in the very same way that I did the right thing by holding Sheila Jackson Lee's feet to the fire, by holding Republican Ron Reynolds' feet to the fire, for holding Senator freaking Boris Morris, whatever his name is, feet to the fire. You're not going to use us to get into political positions of power and then ignore us. We're done with the benign neglect. And so you sitting here acting like that wasn't the right time or place. You don't even do that with the senator. We do it to everybody. Everybody? Everybody. And this is why it's important that we make sure that we are gatekeeping the lineage in itself, making sure people such as Godfrey isn't infiltrating the lineage in itself, because he'll sit there and talk highly about us in one take and then turn around and try to make jokes like this. Well, basically not even a joke. Take a situation that was warranted and turn it around and make it seem like we're doing too much when they're coming to us for our vote. We're not going to them asking them to run. Let's be very clear about that. And like JoJo just said, every other group gotten reparations. The government even gave it to the enslavers. Reparations. And if you ain't moving on that energy, I don't give a damn how good you are or who's your friend, any of that. I don't give a damn about any of that. I will call you out. You shouldn't even be speaking about reparations. You shouldn't be speaking about tactics that we use to get our reparations. You shouldn't be speaking about us. And now that he's gotten a little sway in the black community, he's linking up with the British blacks over there who's been disrespecting us consistently to now send out a new message to everyone in the FBA community. Let's go here. This woman is a tether comedian from Britain. Now notice the talking or the way he speaks here versus the way he used to speak about us and people who come here to benefit off of us. He starts sounding like those same people he used to check.
This is my friend Godfrey, and he's going to talk to you about being Nigerian Black American. So you better be nice.
And just to say this real quick, it doesn't go over my head it doesn't go over my head that this woman starts off the whole video using a trend that was started by us. Salute to Jesse Paris. TBA just went live, FYI. Okay, we're almost done here, family. We're almost done. We're almost done. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. We definitely got to talk about this real quick before we get up out of here. There's just a few more things to get into.
And you better pay attention. Go on, go free.
Let me tell you something, man. I'm Nigerian American. That's what I am. I never say that I'm Black American and foundational Black American, okay? I've always said I was Nigerian American. I've been doing comedy 20-something years, and I've always said I'm Nigerian American. You know the jokes about my dad, talking about he sound like Mufasa. I've been saying this on Comic View, on Comedy Central. I've been saying, I say it all the time. I'm Nigerian. That's how come you guys know. Oh, Godfrey ain't foundational Black American. You know how you know? Because I'm the motherfucker that said it. I said I was Nigerian American. You're spewing information that I said to you. Whoever made that one comment said, yo, he needs to stop calling. First of all, you don't tell me what the fuck I need to do, all right? I do whatever the fuck I want. I have every right to this country. My parents came from Nigeria. It was called the Biafra War. It was a war. They came from war. My sister was born in Nigeria. Me and my brother born in America, raised in Chicago. You understand? They came for a better life. A lot of immigrants, from Koreans to Arabs to Indians, all kind of the same story. Can come to America for a better life. It doesn't mean that they're disconnected from their country. I'm 100% Nigerian, but my nationality is American. I don't claim to be foundational Black American. I'm just Black. Because when the police stop us, they don't give a fuck what we are. All right? They don't go, well.
Notice how once again it went back into the lens of a Nabisco. Oh, if the police stop us, they don't give a damn what we are. Until you start talking in your native tongue. The exact same talking point that Malcolm already shut down. I played it earlier. Do I need to play it again? No, I'm just going to let this idiot finish putting his foot in his mouth.
Leave her alone. She's foundational Black. Oh, leave her alone. That's a Nigerian Black. They don't know. It's nigga to them. And I don't give a fuck what country you're in, whether it's England, whether it's South Africa. I don't give a shit. We've all got some sort of white supremacy that has plagued us. And all this fighting with foundational Black.
Yeah, but here's the difference. We stayed. We didn't run to England. We didn't run to Africa. We didn't run to the Caribbean. We didn't run to Russia. We didn't run over to China. We didn't run to Japan. We stayed here and fought the oppressor, the white supremacists, as you say. Y'all came here where we're actively fighting the white supremacists to eat off of everything that we built for ourselves. Miss me with all that. We all deal with white supremacy no matter where we are. You didn't stay there and end that white supremacy. We're here fighting to end the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice, as our brother Neely Fuller Jr. has so elegantly put. You guys left. Hell, I just played a clip of somebody from your homeland, Godfrey, saying we should give the land back to the Nabisco. I think you really need to shut your damn mouth.
Americans, Africa, it's all foolishness. Caribbean, it's foolishness. It's like hurt people. Why don't we get and stick our chest out and save the energy for the people oppressing us? But we fight amongst ourselves because we too pussy to address the real motherfuckers doing this.
Family, first and foremost, you know damn well, Godfrey, we ain't the pussies. The pussies are the people who ran to be over here with the people fighting. The people who opened the door for you. We're consistently going after the Nabisco. And one of your people love to throw yourselves in front of the Nabisco and said, no, take me, as if we're shooting bullets. And if we were, y'all would be willing to lay down for the Nabisco. Don't sit here and act as if we're not fighting white supremacy consistently and y'all not being used as puppets of white supremacy. You used to talk about this, sir. What happened to you talking about it? Because you got into that little spat with our brand Nubian brother? Lord Jamar, y'all got into it. Now all of a sudden, you just going off on FBAs? Oh, no. We ain't having that.
Enough of this. We all in the same family. Oh yeah, we're all from different parts of the—
We're not in the same family. We're not. And stop trying to make us a part of the same family when your people can't go anywhere within Africa without getting a foot to ass. You got people in Ghana right now with hammers tearing down buildings that belong to you guys. You got people in South Africa right now tearing down buildings that belongs to you guys. Getting y'all out of their countries. Don't come here and try to tell us we're all family when the goddamn Haitians can't get along with the Dominicans. And I'm going to show you that in a hot second. Let me just finish this real quick, and I'm going to try not to interrupt him anymore. I'm going to let this just play the hell out.
The world, fine. But what is it? What is this silliness? It's foolish, and fuck all of you for like telling me what the fuck I am. And Nigerians that say, oh, you're not Nigerian, you're Americanized, fuck you too. Because I'm proud to be Nigerian. I talk about that. I go visit Nigeria. I got relatives all over Nigeria. So fuck you about that. And there's plenty of Nigerian Americans in America and in London and whatever. We're still Nigerian. You see an Asian person, you automatically call them Asian. They could be born, well, I was born in Australia. You'll still say they're Asian. You respect that. Of an Italian who don't even speak Italian, 10 generations off, you'll go, oh, the Italian guy. But I'm first generation Nigerian and I got to fucking struggle with this. This shit is corny. Black on black bullshit from all corners of the fucking earth. Enough. Anti-blackness is real. And how are we going to have anti-blackness among black people? That's some corny ass shit. Enough. Grow the fuck up. Your dumbass question. Yo, Godfrey doesn't. He don't have foundation. You're spewing shit that I've already told you. That's why you know my information. You understand that? And I probably know way more about black history than most of y'all. Most of y'all learn your black history from social media. I actually read the books. Francis Cress Welsing, ISIS Papers, Destruction of—
You see her over there trying to egg him on as if she knows anything about any of these people? Yeah, some of us learned about Francis Cress Welsing through social media, but a lot of us learned through media regardless who these people were. Before there was a social media, Tariq put Francis Cress Welsing in his documentaries. That's how I got turned on. Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. But then I went and got the books. Then I went and actually did the work, did the readings. I know I said I wasn't going to interrupt him anymore, but that just basically makes it seem like this motherfucker trying to call us stupid. And I was trying to hold my tongue on the curse words, but fuck that. This motherfucker is trying to make it seem like we're stupid. And you got the game fucked up. Those are our greats. What are your Nigerian greats? Who are some of your Nigerian elders who changed the damn dynamic of your country? You don't have any. So get your dumb ass up out of here. Family, salute the Black RU. We fight. You flee. If it pops off tomorrow, this man is running back to Nigeria. I'm pretty sure of it. And this little London broad over here.
Black civilization, Chancellor Williams, huh? Dr. Henry Clark, all of Malcolm X's speeches, Toni Morrison, Zora Neale Hurston. What you want me to do? Stokely Carmichael, huh? What do you want me to do? AKA Kwame Ture, who came.
Now tell me about the people that went to Nigeria and learned anything from any of your people and brought it forth to the world to change it. Yeah, crickets. Crickets.
Into my college. Francis Cress Welsing came to my college. I go see Minister Farrakhan in Savior's Day since I was 18.
So what? So damn what? I go see Minister Farrakhan. And I don't care who you go see. The shit that you spewing right now, I'm sure Minister Farrakhan would not agree or approve of. Especially when it's your people come in here disrespecting us in our homeland. Yeah, Godfrey, you're definitely put back on the list.
Chicago at the Mosque Mariam. I've watched Stokely Carmichael speak. I've watched a lot of different people. So what are you all talking about? Measuring people's black
and forgot everything they didn't spoke about thus far. And discarded everything they spoke about thus far.
Blackness. You niggas need to cut that shit out. This is nigga shit. And I don't like to use that word, but we're all doing nigga shit. I don't give a fuck if it's Caribbean, whether it's foolish.
You're done here. Family, we're going to make this man go the way of the Fat Joes, of the Tylers, of all of that. You're going that way. And when you see your career on the downward trajectory and you're asking what the hell happened, you remember these words that you spoke, you ignorant son of a bitch. Now, before we get up out of here, I got to show you just a few quick clips. My apologies, family. I try my hardest to make sure that I don't just go off on a tangent cussing people out. But some people deserve every bit of the cursing that they get. I want to show you the culture that we have nothing to do with. They were complaining about the Caribbean Day parade, which is really Labor Day parade. Let's go here. These folks want to tell ICE, don't come here. We don't need you. They want to tell Trump, don't bring those military people here. We don't need you.
My message will be to ICE is get the out of town. Don't nobody need y'all here. We don't need y'all here. New York City is a boiling pot. We're literally built on immigration.
No, you're not. You build off of slave labor. Just Wall Street. The first commodity, the first product of Wall Street was slaves. New York was not built by immigrants. It was built by slaves. Boiling pot is not afraid. I think she meant to say melting pot. She said boiling pot isn't a phrase. Real shit. Real stuff.
Get the out of here.
We have Black folks having a good time, celebrating their heritage amidst this onslaught of xenophobia and anti-immigrant sentiment happening in this country.
Notice they're real comfortable saying Black folks nowadays because, you know, ICE is on the streets and they're calling ICE xenophobic, anti-immigration. Well, ICE ain't going after legal immigrants, are they? They're only going after illegals. So what makes them xenophobic? Anti-illegal is what they are and what we are.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
It's enraging. It's incredibly unjust. But I think for me, mostly it just seems very sad. I've talked to so many people of different nationalities and different backgrounds who are in New York City and elsewhere who are just scared. And I think it's terrible what's happening to people who have the right to be in this country. I mean, I don't think any person is illegal.
They want to keep us scared. They want to keep us feeling like we're alone, you know. And I think there's, even you mentioned the police presence, part of the police presence here, it's also to scare us. It's also to intimidate people.
It is very much a Black forward, Black-led celebration, which is why it's one of the most, it is the most heavily policed parade in the city.
What do you think about the raids, the ICE, apparatus that has been terrorizing our community?
I think it's disgusting. I think it is how, again, going back to police, how it was set up originally, slave patrol, slave catchers, they're just applying the same thing. If you look like you're not from here, what does that mean? They're not even going by, do you have a green card, were you born here? Any of that. They're just oh, you look like you don't belong here. So it's a lot of profiling. So I've been out.
Let me address that real quick because these people don't think that the government has a system in place that knows who's here illegally and who isn't. a lot of these folks that are being picked up, and I said this so many times, they're being picked up because they didn't go to their asylum hearings. So what ends up happening is they get an order of removal and ICE goes to get you. So they don't need to ask you anything. They got your picture and they got your order of removal.
Here, talking to people, handing out flyers, talking about the campaign to get ICE out of New York, and just knowing, letting people know that we're building a coalition and we're trying to make sure that everybody is supported and that we can protect each other from ICE and from all these government agencies that are just out here snatching people.
There's thousands of people out there, there's more of us and there's them, and if we can come out here and see that crowd and see all the people here, imagine if just even half of the people here got together and said, hey, we're going to protect our people when ICE comes here,
What's the message you would have to ICE that you can say on air?
Yeah, I was going to say.
What's your message to ICE?
Listen, if I'm trying to be my most compassionate, I just want to tell people, you don't need to be doing this. This is going to be a moment where you, your kids, your grandkids look back in shame. To ICE, I would just say there's really no place for you here. That's it. I'll just leave it there. No one is free until we all are free.
Nope. You're trying to get freedom off of the backs of ours. You're trying to get freedom off of our backs, and we're not allowing that. But family, they're sitting there saying nobody needs ICE, nobody needs the military and all this other stuff. Let me show you what was actually happening at the Tether Labor Day parade. Let's go here.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After National Protection. Nothing beats a Jet.
Oh yeah, family. That's their culture. That's the culture that they're talking about. Do you think that's it? Do you think that's it? No. Here we go. No, you think that's it, family? Oh, no, that's not it either. It would only be too simple not to do so, but I'm going to have to call this dude out too. Y'all remember Queen's Flip from the Joe Budden podcast, who was talking some shit about Black Americans too? Yeah, he went out there and apparently he got his ass handed to him.
Baby. Be safe, man.
How you doing, bro? You all right?
Yo. I ain't gonna lie, right now, you not the celebrity. Niggas don't want to
Stop touching me. Stop touching me, bro. Yo, B, let him go. It's all right. You with B. It's all right, B. It's all right.
Oh yeah, family. Yeah. So let's be very clear about this situation when it comes to culture. While they're out there doing this nonsense, we're out here doing something different. You know what our culture look like, family? Oh, our culture is so beautiful. I know you know what it looks like, but I got to remind you. That's us while they were out there getting their fight on. As a matter of fact, they were asking questions such as, why the hell are Dominicans at the Labor Day parade? Let's go here.
You know what's so crazy? Because I dead ass bumped into a video of a girl saying, the West Indian Day Parade, the Trinidadians, Guyanese, Canadians, but why are Dominicans and Puerto Ricans there? Y'all got your own day. Why the fuck you worried about that? This parade is literally celebrating the entire Caribbean. And where is Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico? Oh, okay. Like, I'm so sick of that. See, if other countries, if other people from other countries assemble the way Dominicans and Puerto Ricans did for their own respective days, their own parades, y'all can do that too. But do not try to call us out because we on the Parkway repping our shit. Does that even make sense? Like, that shit is so corny to me, bro. How you mad at niggas because niggas got their own parade and still go to the West Indian shit? Who the fuck is you to be fucking regulating shit? Who the fuck be y'all? Is my whole fucking question. Like, what do y'all get out of calling niggas out for having their own parades because they want to go to a parade and enjoy themselves? Like, who the fuck is y'all? Who the fuck died and made y'all in charge? Like, y'all have community members that came up with a plan to do fucking parades for their own countries. So I'm not understanding why the fuck y'all can't do it for yourselves. Do y'all not have enough members? Do y'all not have a big enough community in the state of New York or something? I'm fucking confused as to why the fuck y'all calling out Dominicans and Puerto Ricans for being on the Parkway, bitch. As long as I'm breathing, these feet will touch Eastern Parkway.
Family, you got tether on tether crimes, tether on tethers, calling each other out for having celebrations on a land that don't belong to either one of them. Family, I want to play this other clip real quick because that one tether said, oh, well, I don't think y'all would have any seasoning if it wasn't for us being in your country. Well, family, there's a list of the most participated in cultures, the most predominant culture. And let's go down the list, shall we?
They say these are the most influential cultures in America.
Black. I saw this list. I thought it was so interesting.
What you think?
I thought it was so interesting. The top 5, right? I can probably remember some of them too.
Tell me who you see.
Is it like Indian culture? Is
Indian
number 5?
culture is number 4.
Number 4, yeah.
Number 4. Indian culture. These are the most influential cultures in America.
Yes.
Indian came in at number 4. Who else you remember?
Indian culture came in at number 4. Is it Mexican culture?
Come in at number 3. Latino culture.
Yeah, Latino culture came in at number 3. Yeah. Latino culture.
Okay.
Oh, I know this other one.
Okay.
Japanese.
Japanese. I couldn't believe that.
Japanese culture.
Guess what? Japanese is the number 2 culture in America.
That's wild.
And I didn't think. I thought Latino culture.
Yeah, but think about it though. Japanese culture, they have meditation, they have teas, yoga.
They're in hip hop. They're in K-pop now. They got their own pop lane and everything.
Here's what they're saying. They're saying Japanese culture, sushi, ramen, anime, video games, Nintendo, PlayStation, minimalist design, martial arts, and meditation is of the culture, the Japanese culture that they say is influential in America.
Minimalist, like they don't have too much stuff.
Can we pop our collar real quick though?
Let's pop it because I'm getting ready to tell you the number 1, the most influential culture in America is the African American culture.
Yes, Lord.
It is number 1. Guess what they said? Hip hop and R&B music, slang, language, the language influence, streetwear, hairstyles, soul food, dominance in sports, entertainment, pop culture at large.
Come on, man.
They say the number 1 most influential culture in America is the African American culture.
Family, did you hear any Caribbean? Family, did you hear any African? I didn't hear either one of those listed on the mentioned on the list. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. And yes, the Japanese culture is not video games. We created, without us, there would be no video games. Let's be very clear about that, as well as the meditation that is, biblical. So yeah, that's not theirs at all. But Black culture, we're the end all be all. The most influential. And family, we have a lot of our family coming out and putting an end to this nonsense. And we're only going to touch on these last couple of people here right before we get up out of here, because it'll be real quick. Let's go here. Let's go here real quick. Let me make sure I got this all set up right. Okay, yeah. All right, let's go here real quick. whether it's about reparations or just them leeching. Now you have, and this is she really be shilling for the Democrats on TikTok. You dig me? But even she didn't had enough.
About to be a motherfucking rant, so hold on. Africans, come to the motherfucking front. There is no way in hell y'all gonna sit y'all ass at any kind of council, any kind of union, any kind of convention and state that y'all deserve reparations. Have y'all lost y'all entire fucking minds? You are not gonna co-op anything that black people in America, descendants of slavery, descendants of chattel slavery, have gone through. The only motherfuckers that's gonna get goddamn reparations is us. Matter of fact, y'all need to be paying us reparations for actually selling us off and being part of that shit. I really think y'all off y'all fucking rockers. Just because you came to America does not mean you deserve reparations. Y'all sounding like white folks at this goddamn point. I swear black folks can't have shit. And I mean African Americans, not fucking Africans. The disrespect, the level of disrespect that y'all have for us and what our ancestors have gone through is baffling. You don't deserve reparations. If your ass was born in Africa and you came here for a better life due to us getting our civil rights and opening the door for us, you don't deserve shit. You got what you needed. You got a fucking green card. You got a visa. You brought your family over here. Good for you. But that's where the fuck the bus stops at. Try that shit if y'all want to. Y'all gonna really see some fucking division. Y'all need to start figuring out how y'all gonna pay African Americans reparations right along with white folks in this country. That's what y'all asses need to do. Y'all done ran up my goddamn blood pressure.
Hey, you know, it might have took a while, but she finally got on the right train. Let's see if it lasts. Let's see if it lasts. Much love to that sister, though. At least she's able to see what we're calling out, and she also felt the way about it and say, you know what, I'm going to have to say this. Whether I be shilling for the Democrats or not, I got to say this. So, yes, we got to continue putting the boots to ass, but also shout out to this sister here.
The reason why African Americans don't think that they look African.
Because we don't, bitch. Look at the way your head shaped, but look at mine.
The reason why African Americans don't think that they look African.
Because we don't, bitch. Look at the way your head shaped, but look at mine.
Shout out to that sister right there. Now, that sister, you know, I rock with 100-fold. This sister right here, I rock with her. The prophetess, I rock with her a lot. That's, woo, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to move forward on that real quick. We're going to end off on this. Well, not end off, but yeah, we're going to end off on this. This is going to be one of the last clips I play. There's only one more after this. Let's go here, family. And you know, our sister, she's the killer. She's the kill shot, the pow. In them dead. Much love to this sister, this queen right here.
Okay, I'm going to talk about something because I've seen a lot of topics that people seem to be confused about what it means to be an American and what applies to them and what doesn't. So now the topic of visas are up. Now that over 50 million immigrant visas are under investigation based on their social media accounts, based on their anti-American retorts. You know, and I've seen the same confusion happen when the anti-American Africans were spewing anti-American hate and Americans said, we're going to boycott these businesses, and then ICE would then raid these businesses. I also saw this exact same confusion when the National Guard was sent to DC. I've seen the exact same confusion when they were sent to California. Just because y'all are the children of, just because you're the sons and daughters of these hostile immigrants, and you feel like your footing is a little bit more stable over here because you were.
Don't you judge me, Stolen. Don't you judge me. I told you I love my beautiful women. Don't you be doing that to me. Much love to my sister.
Born here, so you feel like you can loudly spew these anti-American retorts that they didn't feel that comfortable loudly spewing. Yeah, they said enough. They said and did enough. You know what I mean? But the way that y'all feel that you can even join into our politics and say that you're Guatemalan before American and all these other things. So y'all don't understand how freedom of speech works. Freedom of speech is for Americans by Americans, and these apply to the Americans that were American before America was America. Before America had a name, this is who that applies to. It does not apply to the children of hostile immigrants just because you were born here. And I see that this is a big confusion. You know what I mean? And this is the biggest pushback that's going on right now. No, but we are, and what y'all are actually doing is putting on display what the true problems are. You know what I mean? You're showing not only how hostile y'all are, but where the true problems lie. It's not that y'all are making yourselves a big target. Y'all are, but that's not the point.
Yes, Miss D. But only with the right woman. You know what I mean? I am a person that believes in being what you need to be for your mate. so that they can be happy. And I am 100% nasty dog, but I'm single now. So I, until I get married, what I'm saying, that nastiness is covered in clothes and shut down because I'm celibate until then, just to keep it 100 with you. But yes, I am. I'm a Taurus. What you think? We're the biggest freaks in the world. Let's be honest,
Y'all are making y'all barriers the targets. Everyone is looking behind what barrier you're standing behind that makes you feel that powerful, that's safe enough to do in somebody else's country, to spew that much amount of hate. And want the barrier gone, i.e. the law. Whichever law you are standing behind that makes you feel that comfortable and that protected, to spew that much amount of hate, and America needs to go. That is what y'all are doing. That is why the Constitution is off topic and has been off topic for the past year. That is why laws that apply to immigrants have been off topic for the past year. That is what y'all are doing. Y'all got to understand how the government works.
No, Scorpios only think they are. I was almost married to a Scorpio. I was engaged to a Scorpio. My sister's a Scorpio. Y'all think that y'all are, then you meet the Taurus, and then everything just sways. That's just what it is. Because the Taurus is not only freaky, but we're passionate. We're very passionate people. In everything we do, whether it's eating food, we're passionate about that. Whether it's sleeping, we're passionate about that. If we're making love, we're passionate about that. I just got to throw that out there.
I understand how America works. Y'all think that because something has not happened now, that has been put into effect now to where y'all really feel it. And I'm talking about everyday, your average everyday people that when you go into the bank, hey John, hey Brenda, hey Sarah, how you doing? I'm talking about your everyday person. Just because it hasn't gotten to that part yet, y'all feel like everything that we're saying is lies. I'm gonna tell you something. Tell you a story. When I was about 15, 16, I was dating this boy. He got locked up and he got 6 to the Fed charges. I asked him, how the hell did you get 6? And he said, well, I sold to the Fed 6 times. And I said, well, how did that work? He said, I sold to the same Fed 6 times. I said, why did they arrest you?
Yeah, you're right. I did get stung, and that's why we didn't get married. See? You're understanding me right now. We're on the same pathway. You feel me? Salute the Hula Gang. Thank you for being here, family.
After the first one, when you sold to them the first time, they didn't know you was a criminal. They wanted to make sure that they had enough, that when they finally got his ass, it would stick. Y'all see laws slowly going away. Y'all see our freedom slowly going away. And y'all are still showing yourselves to be hostile. So that makes whichever other barrier.
David's crazy. Nah, Scorpio. Church, you're messing with my pervert meter. Oh, Jesus. Look, man. Look. I told you. You gotta stay focused. Gotta stay focused. Salute to Sharon Thompson. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you, my sister. I have to keep my fire. Now I gotta keep my fire magic around to get you. Don't do that to me, family. I'm just saying. All right. I'm just saying.
That is continuously. Y'all are mad at this one being taken up, but y'all are responding with violence and anti-American hate. Which other barrier are you standing by? The Constitution applies to the Americans that were American before America was America. The laws apply to you.
And that's what it is. When we talk about who gets to be Black, as the question poses on the title, and as the Garrison Hayes dude posed, if you're Black, you're Black. If you're Caribbean and you claim your Blackness, you're Black. If you're African and you claim your Blackness, you're Black. However, none of you are foundational Black Americans. None of you are Black Americans. None of you have that tie. So who gets to be Black? Well, if you're Black, you're Black. But make sure you clarify that you're not foundational Black Americans. Make sure that you clarify that you're not Black Americans, even though you clarify yourself as a Black person. Let's be very clear. And that's all it takes. The concept is not hard at all. Hula said, I've been in here for hours ghost watching. I feel that, family. Much love to you. Trust me, I be ghost watching a lot, especially when I'm driving. I have no other choice but to ghost watch. But yeah, I get that, family. No worries. So, family, with that being said, we shouldn't even have to talk about this anymore. Yes, there are other Black people outside of America. None of them are ethnically Black. None of them are foundational Black Americans, and none of them have any of the ties to us or to our history, nor are they owed a debt, nor should we sit here and try to unite with them in order to make sure they get more freebies before we get the debt that's owed to us. That's it, and that's all. You can either like it or don't like it. Respect it because you can't check it. That's it. That's all. And with that being said, family, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, I'd like to thank everybody who's here, everybody who was here. I'd like to thank everybody who has donated, whether by Super Chat, Cash App, Super Sticker. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'd like to thank all my members and all my mods. Much love to each and every one of you. And I'd like to thank everybody who's going to be in the replay game. But before we go, there's one more thing that I have to leave you with. And family, I know that there was a lot of triggering in this broadcast. I know because I was triggered. And I had to calm myself down because, you know, like I said, I didn't want to go off into this tangent. Even though when Godfrey got pulled up, I had to go off into a tangent. So before we leave here, you know, I got to leave you with a smile, a laugh, or something. We are not the same. And this person is proven that we are nothing alike when it comes to our cultures. Let's go here, family. Why he look back at him like, what you cutting it for? We got to run it again? We got to run it again? Okay, let's run it again. That boy good. That boy, good. Salute to our sister Key Prince in the building. Shalom, my sister. Much love to you. Watching from the TV platform. Much love to you, sister. Yeah, family. Like I said, I had to leave you. What in the they pulling on my prostate is going on here? Oh Jesus, yes, I see. You know what? One more time before we get out of here. One more again. Okay. All right, my sister kicking with this DM. We're done. My brother Damien, he said, now that shit's in my head. Thanks, church. Much love to you, family. Block Tarzan. I can't. I'm sorry, family. Y'all can't. I can't unhear it. I feel you, family. Hey, I told you I have to deal with it, so I have to bring it to the family. I have to bring it to the family before we got up out of here, family. But with that being said, much love to each and every one of you, family. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast, and I hope that, you know, this information will be spread so that people can understand the difference between Black racially and Black ethnically, and who can be Black and who can't be foundational Black American. But with that being said, family, yeah. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us Black people. He's doing everything in the world to make Black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us Black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.